Everybody, how are we doing today?
Good. Patrick Static made me dinner, and I had to take it and run.
Is Pat at your house?
Yeah.
Oh, if Pat wants to come downstairs and say hi, let me text him.
He's literally eating the meal he just cooked that I didn't get to eat with him.
That's right, I'm gonna text him. Yo, come say hi. I said
Molly was like,
I said
Keegan's back
hi.
hurts. I hope Keegan feels better, but also, does that mean you get to hang out with everybody tonight? And I was like, maybe. And then she was like, tell Scott I hate him. Whenever I was like, yeah, D&D's still on.
Yeah. We love you too, Molly. We love you with all of our love. Okay. All right. I had to turn up the volume. What was this? I can hear talking, stuff. But music is usually pretty quiet. Yes, perfect. Cool. Everybody knows Molly is the best. I'm sorry to disagree with that. Molly is not the best. Molly is the second best. Brittany is the best. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Brittany chose you, which proves she at least has one big fault.
Well, I mean, listen, we don't hate on faults, okay? We love people for... Listen, Brittany took me off the market so nobody else had to. You know what I'm saying? Like, she dove on that grenade like Captain America, you know? That's what she did. She even provided 2 children to make sure I couldn't get away. What's up?
She could have left your ass in the lake so you wouldn't keep leaving your daughters down there.
Did you say that singular or plural? Was that plural? Did you add an S at the end of that?
What? No, why would I do that?
It's like, let's test that theory that newborns can swim. No!
Survival of the fittest.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Oh, you guys' cameras are out of place because actually Wade was not the first one.
Oh yeah, I'm Aldo today.
I was not the first one here for once. That's true because I had to grab this plate of food and run.
There you go. Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I mean, you guys saw this, but I literally handed Gwen off to Brittany. We're talking at 7:58 because Brittany was at my niece's birthday party. And so she got home at 7:58, and I was upstairs. I was like, take baby. Ran. So, anyways. Anything we want to cover before we dive into the session?
Nope, I probably won't be able to take notes again because Patrick and I haven't had a chance to go over my monitor situation. So I'd rather, I guess, look at chat, which is probably a mistake, but I'm choosing you over my notes.
Ooh.
You're welcome.
I would say that it is a mistake. That does remind me, though. Let me start session. Cool.
Use your phone for notes. Listen, how much effort do you think I'm willing to put in for this shit? I'm not even paid.
Wait a second. Hold on. Are you telling me that you don't keep a notepad and pen next to your desk for when you play your sessions?
I keep a notepad and pen on my desk for distractible. And if I'm ever struggling for money, I'm going to auction that notepad off.
I was going to say, you keep a notepad for distractible?
We had an episode called The Council of Distractible where we voted. And I said I didn't want to do any extra work. I hated them, and I wasn't willing to put in anything. And they outvoted me 2-1 to keep notes. So I have this notepad of all of my distractible score keeping. Screenshot. I show it off on camera whenever we're doing it. So. Well, I almost showed a spoiler. This one's for an episode that's not out yet.
Rewind the tape. That's how you could find out that Koa is actually Lord Minion.
It's been me the whole time. It's been me the whole time.
Awesome. Keegan, Jake,
yes.
Gentlemen, how you guys doing? Well, aside from, you know.
Feeling my age today.
Hey, we're back, everybody, and it's good to be here.
Thanks, Wade.
I'm feeling fine. How about you?
Oh. Well.
Say yes.
I don't even have words.
I got a massage yesterday, Keegan. It was a 90-minute deep
just
tissue.
pile it on, yeah.
No. Listen. But she was
just trying to lift your spirits, man.
No, listen. She was one of those massage therapists that, like, you're face down and tears are literally dripping through the hole in the table. Like you face down the table and like literally the ground is getting wet beneath you. Wait, that sounds terrible.
Wow.
You're crying because of how much. Okay, I think I'm just done.
Yeah, I love when I get a good massage and the ground ends up wet beneath me. And then I find out this is the movie about all the crimes of Deshaun Watson that comes out in 10 years.
I meant because of elbow, spine.
Because of elbow spine, yeah, we know.
I'm
Don't worry
here. I'll be
about
right
it.
back. I'm going down.
Oy vey. All right, never mind.
Well, for everyone who's not in on the joke, I hurt my back a few days ago, so I almost didn't make it here today. But here I am.
Rocky like a hurricane. Awesome. Well, appreciate your being here. Very much
So if
so.
I cringe, it's either my spine or it's Scott. It's one of the two.
Do we do a prediction? First cringe? What causes it?
Good to have you back.
It's already happened. Like, we're too late.
So Keegan's saying he doesn't want to carry the session tonight.
It'd be pretty rough. I am supposed to work tomorrow.
Supposed to?
We'll see. Yeah, I didn't work yesterday or the day before. Look, like, it wasn't like, this wasn't regular back pain. This was advanced back pain.
Do you
This
have
was like knocks the wind out of you kind of shit, you know?
Oh no,
So I
no,
was
yeah.
like, oh, there's no way I'm going to sit in this chair and talk to customers. No way.
Did you well, two things. One, if you don't mind my asking, is this like a recent injury versus something that's like chronic but flared up?
It's recent because
okay.
the last time it happened, I know exactly what I did wrong. This time I'm pretty sure it's my mattress, so I'm going to be looking into getting that replaced finally.
I
Every time I have a bad sleep, I'm like, I should get a different bed, and then I don't because they're expensive.
Mattresses are like the frames of beds not too expensive if you like sale and you don't care if it matches like your bureaus or whatever, right? Do like a la carte, but mattresses are fucking insane. We have we went with mind you, I'll tell you right now, Keek, I've never found a mattress that I find comfortable. I sleep on the couch more often than anything else, and not because I'm in trouble. But
Oh, I'm so sorry, Scott. We are out of time for small talk. It is 8:08. It's time to move on.
no, 8:10. 8:10 is the cutoff.
No, we tried to be better than that.
8:10 is the cutoff. That's the cutoff.
I am so sorry, but your story, as great as I'm sure
fine.
it was.
Skip that.
Run out the
Keegan,
clock.
does your desk have a? Is it a standing sitting or is it sit only desk?
It's sit only.
Yeah. Then that sucks.
It's also broken, but you know I make do.
Yeah. That's just furniture. So
Keegan, we care, we really do, but we're out of time to care. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
The session calls.
It is time. It's time for the curtain.
okay.
But if you want to roll for a medicine check and see if you can make your back feel better.
Ooh, should we do that?
You know what? Let's have Aldo heal him.
Yeah, let's have Aldo roll for it.
He's our medicine man.
Yeah, Chief Physician Aldo, you want to go ahead and roll for us?
Here, I'll help.
You're assisting?
I thought that was a 1.
I mean, no, it's a -1, so he got a 6. Oh, he rolled himself. Oh my God!
Well,
Wade, can you get the devil's number? Go! Ow!
Oh,
I was like, does he have a +4?
It's not looking good here, though.
Now I know what happened to my back.
don't worry, we've got you.
Awesome.
Is my rib supposed to be sticking out like that? Yeah, it's natural. Men have an extra one or something. I don't know.
Oh, you haven't met your Eve yet.
Okay. Let us dive into the session, which has been dubbed Dan's Darkest Secrets Part 2. So let me go ahead and turn on our AI friend. All right, so we already did the last session. Your characters were already lost into the woods, had traveled, found the camp of the people that you were hunting down, found out that they weren't there. They seemed to have curtailed and left the evening beforehand, only so many hours beforehand. You chased them down as quick as you could to confront them as fast as you could. Doing so did wind you a bit, but it also gained you the the advantage of surprise. That surprise worked in your favor as you very quickly overcame your adversaries. Very quickly took them down, one surrendering, another surrendering. Just kidding. And the final one who ran away came back to surrender. Last one, dead. Oh, the one that said just kidding, died too. You did a bit of interrogating, found out a couple of interesting details, including a map that showed where they were meant to lie low. And you're like, okay, cool. let's follow this map to the ends. Maybe we can find if there's more people involved in this or any more details. Let's just see this entire path through to the end rather than just turning back and calling this a W. You follow that path to the end, and it brings you to some ruins. That was about like 16 or some odd old ruinous buildings with that same kind of metal worked through the stone. Speaking of stone, in creeping around the area, I think it was Aldo. No, it was Mikhail. Creeping around through the area, Mikhail had bumped into a statue that was kneeling on the ground. A statue poised as though praying or some such. That was no statue. That was a man, standing nearly 7 feet tall, with flesh seemingly comprised of stone, and the way that he spoke makes you think he is, in fact, at least to some degree, comprised of stone. A man by the name of Kethrel, who was kind-hearted, was compassionate, but maybe a little judgmental. Either way, he gave you a warning of some danger he heard the whispers of, helped you to keep camp throughout the evening, but unfortunately, while everybody kept watch, nobody saw the creeping of the ivy that was coming around your camp overnight. You were surrounded by the ivy, and so that the only way out of there was to fight your way through it, push through it. At the end of that, bloodied, injured, the loss of a donkey named Aldo. He was such an ass, but he was a good ass. A really fine ass.
I quite liked that donkey. I got along with it very well.
You like that
He
ass?
fucking bit me.
Bit that ass?
With his dying breath, he fucking bit me.
And then, what was I saying? And then, you made your way through there and, patched up one person's wounds. I want to say it was the horses. Patched up your horse's wounds, Night Fury or whatever his name is. Nightstorm? Nightstorm. Sorry, Night Fury makes me think of How to Train Your Dragon.
How could I have seen it during a fury? I saw it during a storm, and it was night.
You could have been furious.
How would I be furious during a storm?
Fatigue storm.
I was fatigued from the storm. And ever since then, I've never found coffee, and I've been fatigued ever since.
You patched up the horse and then got back on the trail to start making your way back towards the town. So this is where we're picking things back up. Is as you start walking back towards the town, making your way out of there, knowing that if you stay for too long, the ivy is going to continue to grow with you. So you turn southward, reversing the direction that you had on the map, trying to stay along the trail as best as possible, this seemingly predetermined trail. But sorry, let me correct that. Taking the map, heading back southward. But beforehand, you went off of the trail, which is how you first encountered the ivy. Koa, would you perfectly follow that trail to the best of your ability back now, what's on the map and the directions, or would you take your shortcut to cut off time again?
I mean, the ivy seemed to follow us in there. Here's the thing. I think this would be a moment of quick RP, because going in here, we got to talk about what happened, I think, on the way out. I think this is an RP moment, right?
Correct. That's why I was going to have
Before
you
we decide which way to go, we're going to chat.
Sure. Sounds great. Go right on.
We have a bit of a decision to make. Contilla? What's the dude's name that's with us?
Kethrel?
Oh.
You know, Contilla?
Did you say Cuntilla?
Cuntilla.
Cuntilla.
Just rolls off the tongue. Anyway,
I hope you really called him that.
Even the Australians like, what?
I can't laugh that hard.
Kethrel. Oh, my bad. Keegan, I'm a bad person to be around.
I'm afraid.
Because I'm hilarious.
I'm afraid of laughing that hard.
Anyway, Kethrel, we followed this map here. However, I took a bit of a shortcut, and as you two know, we came across the horrible fucking vine thorns. So we have to make a decision here as to whether we take the shortcut back or take the path. However, I'm a bit concerned as to why would Dan have sent them here in the first place? This place had nothing that seemed safe or good.
You know, I was thinking the same thing. I got the impression he didn't want them to make it back. I mean,
I'm going to interject.
It would have been easy.
I'm so sorry. Are you having this? Sorry, Keegan. Are you having this conversation, obviously with Kethrel, but in front of the other two?
Well, I would not be intentionally having it in front of them because, well, maybe it would be worth having it in front of them. I don't think Koa was intentionally having it in front of them.
It was you're the one that set the scene, so you're welcome to define the parameters.
I imagine it's just us right now.
Okay, so just the four of you, the 3 PCs plus Kethrel.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you, Wade. We'll assume that she is walking alongside the horse, which has him thrown over it, because he's still 2 days from just recently had an arrow ripped out of him. So I'm sorry. Continue, sir.
You said you had suspicions, I think.
Right, yeah. He says, I have the feeling that he didn't want him to make it back. I mean, we almost didn't, and that was with finding a person we didn't know was there, and a lot of ingenuity and toughness that they may not have had. I think he wanted them to die out there.
And if that's the case, can we trust that he gave them a safe path there? We know it's not the best to cut straight across, but I'm not sure.
Probably not. I mean, there is something to having them lured into a false sense of security. Having a relatively safe path to the place they're supposed to lie low. And then, maybe drop their guard and they're not ready for those thorns at all. Or anything else that may have been out there that we missed.
So if he was doing that, it would make sense not to spook them before they got deep within that area.
That's also true, I suppose. So maybe we do take the path back, knowing that he'll look at his torn up fucking legs and feet that he can barely walk on still as it is. Perhaps taking the path back is the best choice for now. We should speak to this Dan before he's either sent on an expedition or told to mop floors or exiled or killed or whatever the hell punishment they'll serve. Their punishments seem a bit odd to me. But if he knows things about the ruins we were in, perhaps that would be of use to you, Kethrel, or to us if we ever decide we want to go back and look at your curses.
Well, that's the worry, isn't it, though, right? If Dan gets wind of us walking back, especially with these two, which, he wanted done in, he might just run. I think it's better off maybe getting close to town and having one of us try and make our way in. Alert the guard captain or whatever, so they can lock Dan down, so to speak, before we bring the others in.
However you want to play that, I think that's fine. That's smart. I just know that I think maybe we want to get a word with him to see what he knows about this place, or who told him that it was a good place to send people to die. Because if it's something, if it's something you ever want to investigate further, Mikhail, perhaps it would be useful information. I'm not going to lie, my curiosity is piqued. So, I wouldn't mind knowing more myself.
It's certainly something I have to revisit. Like I said before, these curses are the whole reason I'm in a deer. Aldo, to speak to your point, I think that's a good idea. I do have another thought. Maybe we can actually bring these two in on our suspicions. I'm just having the thought maybe we can make them look like corpses when we bring them back. We'd have a reason to ask, to question Dan about what we saw out here, without giving away the ghost that those two actually filled in a bit of a missing piece.
That's a good point, and if you start decorating them to look like corpses now, perhaps in 3 or 4 days' time you'll actually succeed.
I just mean maybe wrap them in blankets or something.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah. That's a good idea, too. Carry on, then.
Kethrel will actually chime in. Again, not one for interrupting or interjecting. So waiting for that long pause. And he'll say, "You had me for a moment when you said, bring the two of them in on it. Tell them of the potential deception, the potential plan to have them killed, but to invite them into a further deception, I think maybe this is not the way to win the favor of those you were doing this work for.
I think that they would very quickly be let in on it. It's more so to keep one from running away, this Dan character. But even if we don't go along with the making them look dead plan, letting them in on it might actually help win them over to our side even further because, well, if the people they think they can trust in town are trying to send them off to be murdered, then we quickly become allies, right? The enemy of my friend is still my enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, yes.
Exactly. Well done. Well said. I also don't particularly want Dan to know they're alive because then he has a reason to try to finish the job.
This is also true. Their lives could be in danger.
I mean, I don't particularly like them, but well, I'd rather not see them murdered for some nefarious purposes anyway.
So it's looking like we have two options again, right? We either make them look dead as we bring them through town, or one of us goes in disguised and speaks with Tariq. Was that his name?
We wouldn't even need a disguise. One of us could just walk into town and go speak to him and let him know what's going on while the rest of us stood back and stayed with them. I mean, they might assume something terrible happened, but I mean, that's up to them to figure out what they guess. Very quickly, once you find Tariq, you could just tell him that we're waiting on the outskirts of town with two of them, and we didn't want to scare Dan away, but we have condemning evidence, so perhaps they should detain him before they come into town.
But that will draw Dan's interest, right? When he sees any of us, obviously he may try and insert himself into that conversation if he notices you on your way into town.
Well, then I suppose I could go into town to speak to Tariq, and if Dan tries to do anything, I can at least hold my own for a moment while the guards detain him. How many guardsmen do you think are on his side, or do you think he's working alone?
A better question, sorry, that you wouldn't necessarily know the answer to, but just thinking, like, how many guardsmen are there in total? Like, Loshev isn't a tiny town. It's actually pretty well funded, as you know, but even still, how many guardsmen are there in total? Like,
we've seen at least a handful.
Probably a dozen. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like, do you think that how many of those would be on one side versus the other? So on. So it's almost like a numbers game. Just throwing that in the meta. Sorry, you continue.
If Dan's reach is farther than we know or think, then it could be a bit of a guardsman civil war. And there aren't many there.
Could be. This town is has proved itself to be rather corrupt, so wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that could happen.
Well, we don't really have much of a choice now, but I guess we must make a decision in the next couple of days. Perhaps we let them know what's going on and what we're thinking, and let them decide what they're more comfortable with, either staying out of town or being disguised as corpses or whatever. But our priority is to keep them alive. One, because, well, unlike the others that had to be killed, these two are, at least as far as we know, aren't killers. And they've been through so much shit in the last few days, I wouldn't be surprised if they change their ways, because, well, if they don't, they've seen where that leads.
Possibly. You can bring them in on this conversation if you'd like.
Great. Nightstorm, right over here with that one, and Layla.
Nightstorm just starts like jogging, like trotting over to your direction, and Layla, who is like walking next, it has to like jog to catch up.
We don't have to RP it with them. We'll just let them.
Sure. Then, if you just want to let them know and hear the reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So one of the things that Kethrel will say as they're walking over, because again, he's not one to interject in conversation. He waits for openings only. Is as you call them over, he will look over to Mikhail and say, I'm not entirely sure. Needing to disguise yourself as you enter the town is necessary. Again, more deceptions. And then, like, the horse will arrive, and he won't say anything because he doesn't want to, like, cue. You guys are
What a
filling
great echo chamber Kethrel is.
I mean, I suppose he's echoing his own words. I was going to say something else earlier, but you don't let him speak. Don't
No,
speak.
we're not used to making time for an iron giant next to us to talk. We're used to normal conversations.
My apologies. So, they come over. You fill them into the details, and of like, and you think like Dan led them specifically to die, if you will. And she looks like aghast, like denying it, doesn't believe it. Seems like this is like some bullshit. Like, why would you even, da 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 da? He, however, is like, the fuck? I'm just supposed to help fence some goods. What? I don't even know what it is that he's doing. Why would he want to off me? He's not trying to off you. Like that kind of, banter, if you will. But through it all, roll me sense motives.
Is that a tree over there? I'm going to go look at it for a while.
Oh, Aldo. Aldo's seen this situation one too many times. He knows the truth. Aldo, I'll give it to you definitely. And when you point out details, Mikhail will be like, okay, I can see where you're coming with that. Whereas Koa is like, no, or whatever, right? So, Aldo, for you specifically, she's saying these things. She's denying it. She's getting frustrated. It's that whole like getting angry with you over it. But if you think of like the what is it, the 5 stages of whatever, right? It's first it's acknowledgement, then it's like anger, and sadness, and like she's kind of like going through that. So you can see she's just like, it's one of those things where she like realizes that what you're saying has pings of truth. There's too much evidence to deny the facts here. And so she's hitting that next step, which is, denial and anger, right? Like, so she's like, no, like, and like fighting against it. But you're pretty sure the seeds have been planted. And if you play your cards right on that trip home, like, don't needle it too hard. But if you play the cards right on the way home, you should be able to really nurture this and turn her to truly like openly believe this. As for the other guy, like, legitimately, like, the fuck? I'm just like a fence. I'm just a thief. Like, why am I being said to be killed by plants? Like, this is ridiculous. What is going on? Like, I sure, time behind bars or something, but what is this? And genuinely thought like he had a sweet deal. He was working with a guard. How could you get in trouble when you're working with an inside guy? You know what I mean? So, but obviously too dumb to realize that he was just a scapegoat the whole time. And,
That dude's highest attribute is 6.
I mean, to be fair, it's probably a 7.
Fair.
Anyways, so I'll let you guys kind of like take it from here. As like I said, that's kind of like their response, and then how it is, especially Aldo, interprets this.
I mean, look, I'm gonna push her. I'm gonna be like, it all makes sense. Like, you're just blinded to it. You've seen the way Dan looks at Sally. That other guard he works with. The time, what do they say? Out with the old, in with the new. He's just tying up loose ends. The multiple things. Come on, you know it. The way they look at each other, the late nights at work.
Plus, if you two are the only ones who can identify him to the other guards or to the council, then makes sense that you guys would be, well, the only problems he would have to eliminate. Terrible, actually.
And even if you don't really know why, I mean, I think the results expected are pretty obvious. He said, go lay low here, and look what happened. I don't think his intel was that bad.
No, his map led you right to the heart of death.
I think you're mistaken. I think that there was no way he could have known this was here. Everybody knows the rumors of the curses out here, and you've been out here and you have not seen any evidence of them until now.
So why would he pick this specific spot where there is no evidence that anyone else has been there? And Kethrel, how long has it been since anyone had been here that it seemed like to you?
I preferred it when you were calling him Contilla. Can we go back to that?
I had a weird dream. Again, apologies.
I wonder if the AI is going to pick up that word.
I wonder how it's going to pick it up, because it's got to pick it up.
AI note keeper, specifically, we want to have a topic, subject titled Contilla. Thank you. All right, back to you guys. All right, so... you say what's a Kethrel again?
Basically, how long has it been since people have been here at the ruins? It seemed like there had been no one there for a long time, right? There was no sign of recent expeditions or anything else.
He shakes his head slowly, contemplating, and then says, "It depends on exactly what it is that you're asking. Do you mean since these weren't ruins and people resided here regularly, or the last visit?"
More so, does it seem like a place where bandits would go to lay low for a while, or does it seem more like a death trap where you would send someone for them to be killed by horrible vine monsters?
He scratches his chin and thinks about it fully for like 15, 20 seconds. And then he says, "I don't think it's one or the other. It could be both."
And that's my point. See, you're definitely a death trap, so therefore, you've got to be careful with this Dan character.
Aldo whispers to Koa, he's like, "Stop talking to this guy. He's useless."
Right. Thank you for your input, Kethrel. Say like right away after Aldo says not to talk. But he's kind of thinking in his head, he's like, this guy didn't help me at all with what I was asking.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of agreeing with you, but he's also like, well, he's a giant, terrifying statue man. And he healed my horse, you know.
Well, I mean, he does have brownie points for that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we just need to get back and talk to Dan. Dan can set this all straight. We'll talk to him. Well, I'll ask him straight out. I'll ask the son of a bitch if he tried to kill me.
Layla, just imagine that scenario for a second. Just for a moment. Imagine we're right.
No, you're right.
He does have it out for you.
His mother's actually a wonderful person, and I kind of regret saying that.
Oh my God, Layla, when are you going to get it? Dan's with Sally right now. He doesn't care about you anymore. Said you're here to die.
Sally or no Sally, I think what Mikhail's trying to say here might be worth listening to. Mikhail, please.
You're old news, Layla.
He has a look like, who the fuck is Sally? But he doesn't
Noah
say.
also doesn't know a guardsman named Sally, so he's like...
Listen, I was in jail for a long time, all right? I know those guards. There's a Sally in the guard.
Of course, yes, we know. It's just less important about his potential affairs and more so about the immediate murder or fleeing he might do when he sees us approaching. I think
besides, with all the other stuff he's done, maybe she doesn't care about the Sally stuff. But what I'm saying is just... Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, could you just roll me a diplomacy check there? What's your name? Jake, continue, sir.
Diplomacy, okay.
Jake, specifically. But yes, continue.
Would it be a bluff? Are we bluffing here?
Well, no, not referencing the Sally thing, the sell you out, so on and so forth, that whole thing. I truly believe that. Go ahead, Keegan.
That makes more sense. Okay. But yeah, it says, for a moment, imagine we're right. And he has it out for you. What do you think he's going to do if you go up and just start asking him these direct questions?
Oh, I know.
She says, he's going to look me in the eye, and he's going to tell me the truth, and I'll know. I know his tells.
Well, based on the man that was part of your little party that murdered my friend, I could also put out the possibility that he would pull out a dagger or a sword and stab it through your heart and kill you and then flee the city.
She looks at you like aghast, like open mouth, like, what is wrong with you? But
or if not that, he'll lie.
This all being said, though, like while like what Koa is saying doesn't make any sense to her. I mean, again, Jake, you know that earlier that Aldo had picked up signs. While Aldo had picked up signs that maybe, like, you also know that he'll sell you out, so on and so forth. These words that you were saying earlier, like, they definitely like hit the right notes. You know what I mean? They definitely hit the heartstrings the right way. So, like, even though she's like looking aghast and like fighting back, there's a bit of a less fervor to it. It's like one of those, like, she's like putting up the same fight because she knows she's supposed to. This is her own pride. It's not a matter whether or not you're insulting him. You're insulting her own intelligence, her own ability, so on and so forth. And so, like, she's fighting more to defend herself than she's defending him. And so you don't know how much further you're going to be able to make, progress at this point. But you definitely hit the strings the right way.
Yeah, and now she's definitely second guessing about Sally. We can just say.
You can say that.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think that's gone well. We should get moving. We have a long journey ahead. But while we're talking, would you guys rather hide out or be corpses? Fake ones. I'll let you two ask them. Nightstorm, let's move on.
Well, actually, I must say that while you have your own task heading back westward to Loshev, my path is not to the west. In fact, the whispers that I heard head me further to the north and to the east. I'll head south with you for a bit to ensure that we're all safely removed from the vines and together.
North is not safe, Kethrel. I hate to cut you off there, but it's very wet. Dangerously wet.
I'll be heading east before I'll head east to the river before I head north.
All right, go on then. I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to go up there and get very wet.
He nods. He says,
I do appreciate it, Koa. You seem to be a man that has others' hearts in mind.
Others' well-being in mind. That's what I meant to say.
Others' well-being in mind. And I must admit, growing mossy can be unpleasant. But
yes, even for us, moss in the wrong spot. Terrible thing.
The whispers lead me, as I said, to the north and to the east. Tonight I will camp with you. We can tend to wounds, and then part our ways in the morning.
These whispers, is there a way for us to hear them, or is it something only you can do? Because I'm not going to lie, I've not heard such things.
As you're walking, he grows silent for like the better part of a minute before he slowly draws a deep breath. And then he says,
I know this may sound strange to you, and for that I do apologize. When I speak of it to others, they believe me to be at a loss for my senses. But when I'm around stone, I can hear, with some stone, whispers. Not all rocks, not all marble or granite, but some stone carry impressions, and I can hear them.
Well, if that's the case, the stone in Loshev is very similar to the stone in the ruins. The bridge and some of the buildings in there, they have the same traces of minerals or ores or something. I noticed whenever we were at the ruins that the stone did seem, in fact, to be very, very similar. Not that it would have any more information for you, but perhaps it would have something of interest.
I have been to Loshev before, though I have not spent much time with the stone there. Unfortunately, places like Loshev and Hod Gwen grow so populated that the nature around them is a bit distorted. Animals grow comfortable and live in close proximity. Oftentimes, I find myself to be a perch for many birds and spend half my day cleaning their messes they leave behind from my head and shoulders.
Go to where the council meets. Not even birds want to be there, I can assure you.
Unfortunately, he does not chuckle at your joke.
Fine, I'll chuckle myself.
Did you just laugh at your own joke? Is Koa the kind of guy that laughs at his own joke and nobody else does?
Well, someone should. It was funny.
Anyways, so if it makes you feel any better, Koa, you're in good company with me.
Nothing. I was just talking to chat, specifically Kajitar.
Oh, okay. There you go. Moving on. So, unless there was anything else to add to that, he doesn't seem interested to, obviously, to return to Loshev with you.
Does heading east and then north, like east of the river and then north, take him right back to where the vines were?
No. You guys are heading.
My directions mixed up.
You guys are heading. So the area. So Loshev is to the west of you where you are, and you're heading south of where those vines were. Now, whether if you're heading straight south or following the path or not, that hasn't been decided yet. But more or less, you're heading south and west. He's going to head east and north.
So
that's south is where I came whenever I came in my episode 0. So I know south is a little bit safer because that's the way I originally came.
So he knows. So you would say east to the river. Well, that brings you to Rid. And you know the if you follow north of the river, just north of where the river ends, as far as you know, there is actually Wade, why don't you roll me a geography check? You have geography, yeah?
I don't have a check mark on it or anything.
I thought you had ranks in geography. Was that now?
That was one of the ones we considered, but we ended up adding something else.
Roll me because you're from a deer and whatnot. Why don't you just roll me an intelligence check? It's not a particularly high DC for you anyways. Was that a one? Can't see. 6. Oh, okay, cool. So you remember, I can't give you all details, it's too low. You know that obviously Rid is along the river that he's referencing if you head eastward. Though where Rid is in proximity to where you are right now, north-southward, you don't know. You don't have that. You don't have the whole land mapped out in your head. You just know if you headed eastward, they're bringing the same river that has Rid on it, where you had your session 0, and where Hod Gwen is if you head south enough, right? But you also remember there being something up north along that river too. He did say north and east, so he might be referencing. You remember there being something up there. You don't remember it being like a town or anything though. So Koa he knows that there's something up that way, but it doesn't. Whether or not he'd inquire any further is up to you. But
oh yeah, he would say it out loud. He would ask.
Yeah.
Yes, because I came from Rid, which is over there by the river. North of there is well, it's I've been to it. Probably it's Hey, anyone remember what's north of Rid?
They obviously don't know. So after a pause,
No.
he would chime in and say,
I have been that way once before. There was a
long pause.
I suppose the best word to describe it is an old keep.
Yes, the old keep. I've never been to it. That's not what I was thinking of. Go on, though.
I went by there once before and heard whispers, but they felt sinister. I steered clear, but after our experience these past day, I believe it's wise for me to go and investigate further.
And you're quite sure you'll be all right on your own doing this, yes?
He shakes his head.
Excellent. He'll go to pat him on the rocky arm. Good then, I suppose. He'll look to the other two, for the love of God, help me. one of those like pleading, like I put myself in a weird spot in this conversation. I need someone to help me. You guys don't have to, but he definitely looks at you both like.
Mikhail smiles. A little bit,
Well,
says
we should be
nothing.
getting on.
Yes, yes. Well, it's still daylight. Yes, good thinking. Long journey
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, Aldo kind of
That's
like
true.
walks up next to you while we're walking away, I guess, and he goes, "Why do we care about talking to the guy that sounds like he got kicked in the head as a horse by a horse?"
Meanwhile, Mikhail's dropped back to talk to Kethrel.
Let him
Well,
go. Let him go in his own way.
Well,
He
Mikhail
seems
seems
to,
interested in all of these curses and such, and I'm not gonna lie, as someone who thirsts for adventure, I too am curious about it all. I mean, you gotta say you're not a little bit interested.
More interested about doing what we've got to be done. I mean, there's. I think I told you. There's a guy. He was offering work and paid quite nicely too about exploring things similar to this, and he's in Loshev, so
Have you told us about that?
I mentioned it. I mentioned that there was another job, something
Okay.
like that.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps he too would be interested in these things. Maybe it's another, what did Kethrel say? Expedition he'd want us to go on. You know?
Well, if you want to continue,
Are you okay? Why are you speaking like this? Ah,
Oh, sorry.
no, you're mocking
Yes.
him. I understand. Well, it is a bit strange conversation-wise, but, speaking like this is still a conversation, whereas otherwise it's 3 days of, awkward silence, bugs eating your
True.
everything, and
Maybe he would be more endeared to you if you spoke to him as he speaks to you. Maybe it would help create a bit of a bond.
you don't think he'd think I was mocking him or anything?
No. I mean, I speak multiple languages, you just got to learn to talk as they do.
Session 0 is fucking awesome.
Interesting thought. Perhaps I'll approach it that way and see if how he responds.
I think that would be good for everyone involved.
Though I do find it weird that you are mocking him speaking like that and telling me I should also speak like that. Is it so you could mock me as well?
No, because you don't actually speak like that.
But I would if I did.
Do you want to?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What if it, what if there's more people that speak like this?
Well, then I guess it's a good thing to talk to Kethrel about, right? To see if it'd be better to approach it that way. But we seem to be getting on just fine. He did call me a, well, he kind of mumbled it a little bit, I think, but he meant it when he said I was had well-hearted intentioned brains of people's well-being.
I think he has rocks for brains, but that's just my opinion.
Well, he definitely has rocks for calves and hands and arms and face. And he speaks to them too, which is quite fascinating. Can you imagine what a rock might have to say?
I don't think a rock says anything. That's why I think he may have got kicked in the head by a horse.
He's made of rock. Would that just hurt the horse?
I don't know. Maybe it loosened some stone in there. You know what I mean? Crumbled a bit where it wasn't supposed to be crumbling.
Do you think his brain is like gravel or something?
I'm beginning to think that way, yes.
Interesting. Well, perhaps Mikhail will have more information. He's talking to him right now. This
Possibly.
man in Loshev, though, you haven't spoken too much about what exactly he wants. Other
Well,
than he wants to send us somewhere because of something weird in a mountain or something, was it?
I suppose I haven't gone into it. But before I came here, actually, I chanced upon a map. And it had some writing in a language that I actually didn't speak. But when I got here, I seen this guy and he was flaunting his wealth around town like a real, hoity-toity type of guy. And I think he was trying to buy the local tavern or something. Anyway, I got to speaking with him and he was telling me he was interested in old ruins and such. And I remembered I had this map and I took it out and he went to reach for it immediately. And I I pulled it back because I'm not going to get fleeced here, right? So I let him look at it and read a little bit, and what he told me, it related to old ruins or something back from the Mole Empire. And
well, that's exactly what we just encountered, right?
Yeah. So he wanted to fund an expedition of sorts, and I said, "Hey, well, if you've got the money, I've got the skills, and I'll get a crack team of people, which looks like I have." And he said he'd be willing to pay a couple of gold. So he went to the bank in Hod Gwen to get some money out, and he's going to meet back in Loshev.
Well, we should definitely perhaps tease these ruins as well to see if it would also pique his interest.
Well, that is well, that's all well and good. If we were to come back here, where I don't see a way around the vines. I mean, I was lucky enough to ride on Nightstorm, but you look like, even now, like, I don't know if is that getting infected. You all right?
Until Kethrel
Attila, yes.
took a look and well, even though he didn't do much to patch me up, I'm okay to keep moving for now, so I suppose I'm all right. Worst case scenario, maybe he'll patch me up before he goes his own way. It hurts like hell to
Possibly.
walk on, I can tell you that.
And I do appreciate the sacrifice you made there. I don't actually think I would have made it out. So with
I don't
my
either.
sincere...
That's why I decided to do it myself.
Yes, thank you. I completely agree with you. But yeah, I think speaking with I forget his name, Elliot. I think speaking with him might get you a little bit more information about these ruins, and at least, hey, instead of being just curious and wanting to look at them out of curiosity, you can look at them and get paid.
Well, I could show him this map. He'll hold up the really shitty map that was drawn for them to go die at the ruins. I could show him this map and tell him that the Rockman, Kethrel, had sent us there, met us there, and when we weren't being murdered by the strange spiky vines, we'd gotten some information about belonging to the Mole Empire a long time ago, and perhaps he'll... No one will believe a word I just fucking said, will they? That sounds kind of crazy out loud.
Maybe this guy, because this guy is kind of crazy. But before you just offer up the information, you should try and sell it to him.
Right. And how would I go about selling it to him? Such as would you care for a pint of map?
You know what? We're a throuple now, all right? So we'll I can handle negotiations for you.
I do appreciate you being part of your throuple, but you still seem like the type who would negotiate for me, get a good offer, and then tell me you've got a really shitty offer and give me maybe 2% of what you've got. That's the
well, in fairness, 2% of if you just gave him the information would be nothing.
I do agree your skill at speaking does seem to be a bit better than mine. At least in...
Look, if you're worried, just join the conversation.
Well, I suppose if there's no one else there to talk to...
we'll at least get him to buy us a couple of beers or something,
And, well, Mikhail did prove that he has some capabilities. His floating torches and such. While he didn't do a whole lot of fighting, he did make it kind of easy to spot our targets, and perhaps he has some other tricks up his sleeve he hasn't shared with us yet. And the blood removal tree splat.
Yeah, I haven't really met many spellcasters, but
no, I thought for sure I was going to be exploded into little bits when he did it. But he wasn't lying. He did, in fact, possess some ability, which was not something I've seen very often.
And the light show he put on, who knows what's next. I'm still not 100% convinced he didn't have anything to do with that water thing in the forest, but hey, work it out.
Well, we showed you our rations and everything else. The only thing that seemed to stay safe was the watertight map container, and if we'd been in there, we would have had any air. So,
True.
and it was a little bit small for us, I suppose. You think you could make us smaller where we could have gotten into the container to stay dry?
Then who would have opened the container?
That's a good point. I'm not sure. I don't think Nightstorm has the capability, even with training.
I don't think so either.
We'll have to ask him. If not, it might be a fine trick to learn. Maybe we retain our strength if we're really small. We could still push it open. I guess we wouldn't have any leverage to push off of inside of.
All good questions.
Yes. Anyway, I didn't mean to get distracted, but yes, this Elliot person seems like one worth talking to, and well, we've seen a ruin. We haven't even really explored it. We just dealt with the bizarre bullshit outside of it. I wonder if they're even more dangerous inside. Deeper you go, you know.
Well, the money's gonna really want to be worth it for that.
He'll look into his legs again, like every step being so painful. Yes, would have to be pretty good. And we won't have a rock-speaking person there with us next time to help us figure things out.
That
Unless
is
he's
true,
part of the
it
expedition
helps.
party you're wanting to, the Quapple.
Once you get a fourth, then it's you're losing out really on money. I think 3 is a good number.
Evenly divisible.
3 certainly can be a good number. Like pat you on the back and like you can tell he's remembering a time of something.
Yeah, you just get like a and then Aldo just walks a bit in front of you.
Oh, poor Virgin Mikhail doesn't get the joke.
He's back talking
I'm
to
not
Contilla.
there. I'm talking to Contilla.
Of course.
Much better name. I don't know.
I hope Neil's not here to see the disrespect that you're giving to one of his favorite boys.
Dude, I just forgot his name, and for some reason, my brain. I watched that Leslie Nielsen Dracula
glad you
Love
forgot his
and
name.
Love of the Undead, or whatever the fuck. I think I had Count in my head and Kethrel, and they just blended together to Contilla.
I'm still not over that. Like, even the first time it was said, I've still been like trying not to laugh at that. That
Really funny.
fucking hell.
One of the dumber funny things I've done today.
I'm so glad you forgot his name.
You're welcome. Did you want to RP with him?
Yeah, so I was going to say, so Mikhail, he said you're over there RPing with him. Are you? Or like, did you say one line and he's still contemplating it?
I don't know. I definitely would be trying to talk to him. Shit.
You would or would not be. Sorry, it sounds like you would be.
I would. I would. It doesn't help that I'm on drugs right now. So
Perfectly legal
I'm
prescribed
like
drugs.
extra. Yeah, those. I don't have the money for the other kind.
I mean, there's perfectly legal drugs in my state. So I was upset. My vape pen was I haven't smoked my vape since Brittany hit like 8 months pregnant. Because I was like, okay, I have to be there for her, and then it's a brand new baby. And I was like, tonight I'm going to use my vape pen. The battery died. And I was like, oh, it was my first time in like 3 months, and I can't even do it. Charging me down.
Single
But
tear
yeah, I'm
is
pretty-
going down. Not my face, but somewhere. You can guess.
I'm pretty sure I can't buy weed with my HSA or whatever. So I also.
Well, if it's
What am I gonna
medicinal,
do?
you might be able to.
It's not.
No. I was like, I assume not, because like even here you have to use either a debit card, cash, or a check. Like you can't use credit cards.
I
to
don't.
buy it here.
I don't even have a card. I don't even have like a prescription or whatever. So.
Oh no, I mean, like with an HSA in general. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I
if it is medicinal, then you can.
Can you really? Like I have no idea. That'd be wicked cool. You know?
You can.
I mean, like,
yeah.
'cause
I was told I could.
Oh, nice.
By the person when I was talking to him about it, and I was like, "Well, I don't do it anyway." But it's good to know.
Well, it's funny because like HSAs are matched partially, if not like 100% matched by your company. So that means your company's buying you pot. Like
Right.
it's like I remember like hiding like homemade bongs in the woods so you didn't like get arrested. And then nowadays it's like, yeah, my company actually pays 50% of my pot for me. Like, it's just so crazy.
I can't front like I'm that guy. I don't smoke or anything, but it is still kind of funny.
Gotcha. But
I'm a square.
I don't even know if it's legal in Alabama.
Well, actually, over here, I'm not in Alabama.
Damn it. Oklahoma.
I mean, I'm close, but yeah.
You know, all those states are the same. You fly over them and they vote red. You know, like it's the same thing.
What's that, chat? Stop, Scott. Get back on track.
Oh, they didn't do it yet.
Good call. No, they definitely did.
No, they all care. Do you guys want to talk about the debate last night?
No.
Oh, okay.
Ew.
If we canceled tonight's session, that's what I would have streamed tonight instead. It's just it would have been 4 hours of me talking about last night's debate. All right.
So, but no, he would have been asking him questions. It's up to you whether he's just been sitting there contemplating for 20 minutes.
Scott, you smelly small piece of shit. Why'd you let us go off tangent for so long? That was insult, right? Yeah, okay, good. If it was compliment, I was going to feel really awkward.
Wade, I'm sorry I went off topic, but I was really concerned about the dogs in Springfield, Ohio being eaten by the immigrants. I was really concerned about it.
Even I heard about that.
Dude, that is like
that on your
an
bingo card?
hour and a half from Cincinnati. Like, I've been through there. And let me tell you, the number of just like skins of animals laying on the side of the road when you drive through with no meat or bones left is quite disturbing.
Yep. Yep.
I've never felt safe driving to Columbus because of just you drive through and you just see a bunch of people. You can tell by the way they're dressed, they don't have documents on them, and they're just eating all of the animals in Springfield. So Molly and I were going to take Presley and Ginger to Columbus, but I was like, babe, we're not going to make it there. Neither will they. It's like wrong turn for a 5-mile stretch. No, there's no fucking people eating animals in Springfield, Ohio. You dumb fucks.
You know the funny part is too, like he's saying it was specifically Haitian immigrants that were doing it, and I'm like, I've eaten Haitian food. I would 100% eat like Haitian style dog, 100%, absolutely. Jerk me up some dog every day of the week. Fuck yes, that sounds delicious.
Yeah, I was hanging out with my friends. I said, "Jerk me, dog," and they're like, "Bro, what?"
Oh wait, what? No!
Look what you did.
Yeah, I wanted them to pass me some jerky.
Look what you did.
I'm gonna take a bite of
Look what he did, Harley.
my El Grande.
They're talking about eating dogs. My dog would eat that.
I really want to know how many people have now Googled, do they eat dogs in Ohio?
The number's going to be disappointing regardless. I feel like
this was a Yorkshire Terrier.
It's just that's too much for a Yorkshire Terrier.
All right, you guys don't have that at your grocery store? We have a pet food aisle.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yes, Harley, I know you would eat another dog if I chopped it up.
All right, back to Contilla and Mikhail.
Mikhail, what questions would you be asking?
I would. You mentioned a keep. I would be asking about the keep. Yeah, I would be asking about the keep.
Want to throw me a line?
Yes. So a minute ago, you were talking about there being a keep. I think that's that's attached to one of the curses, the Chaos Keep. Does that sound familiar? Never mind that. Just tell me what you know.
No, Molly. Tell Pat to bring him cake downstairs. That way we can see Pat. See, it's a win-win for everybody. To answer your question in game, he says,
Chaos Keep. Chaos. I know that there was a sinister nature to the stone, the way it whispered. I don't know if chaos is what I heard.
keeps thinking for like a couple minutes, like legit like a minute and a half. And he's like,
no. There was something else inside there. Sinister, but not chaos. I intend to visit this place. I don't know if I'll enter, but I will walk the perimeter. I will see what I hear. Afterwards, I might make my way upriver to Hodgwen. If we cross paths again, I will be happy to tell you what whispers I've heard.
I would certainly appreciate that. If you're going to make it to Hodgwen, it's likely we will meet again. I have a feeling I'll be there relatively shortly. Some business. Well, someone got kidnapped.
Oh, hold on a second.
He looks over
Are you okay, Koa?
as Koa grabs his loincloth and starts running off into the woods to quickly take a shit.
I'm fine. Just the meal last night's hitting a little bit.
Looks a little concerned after Koa as he goes running off and looks back at you and says,
I think he's going to make cake. Is that the phrase?
No. In character response.
Anyways, get back. Sorry.
Welcome, Molly.
So, yeah. So he says that about Hodgwen or whatever. Does you back to that conversation? Anything else you push on this issue or no?
I told him that I'd likely be getting to Hodgwen, have some business there. Someone got kidnapped.
He thinks for a second and says,
Well, if I hear anything about kidnapping,
and just kind of like lets it drop at that, like as he thinks about it and the implications of it and so on.
He just nods and says, that or anyone with tattoos of whips with multiple or singular lashes, usually on the forearm. They'd be the ones involved. Not good folks.
Nods. Sorry.
This is not good folks.
Nods, understandingly. And then, just because I think Wade was hoping for you guys to decide anyways, did you want to take that shortcut back or stick strictly to the trail? It sounded like you wanted to stick strictly to the trail.
I think that was the decision, yeah.
Cool.
Just to be safe.
Yeah. And sound good to you, Jake?
Yep, I'm good.
Cool. Wade stepped away, but I'll just make this die roll for him, which is the survival check to make sure that you guys can follow the map. It should be a nice, easy thing anyways with the two maps, the compass, having kind of walked most of the way through here before. Should be relatively easy. Let me see what his modifier is. Yeah, as long as he doesn't roll horribly low, it should be fine. All right. That's funny. I rolled I clicked swim.
We just clicked the swim check, yeah.
I was so confused. I was like, how did that... Oh, whoops. I guess reroll. Oopsies. Hey, even better.
Yep, even better.
Cool.
Good
so,
reroll.
He, easily is able to navigate following the trail, so on and so forth. Pretty far and away from the area that you are. You don't make good time or good speed because of the injuries that him and, what's his name? Kethrel have suffered. But you are able to make the travel down there fairly well. So things go fairly well there. So once you got finally able to pull up and make camp for the evening, as I said beforehand, we can do a little bit of like treating of the injuries or so on and so forth. Kethrel can do a long-term care for this evening to try to help people recover a little bit faster. As I did beforehand, his modifier, 1 for rank, 3 for being a class skill, plus 3 for his wisdom modifier is a +7. And is going to do long-term care, which I believe is a DC 15. Does that sound correct, Keegan?
I believe that's correct.
I almost typed it in there, but I forgot I get to roll my physical
Go off top of
dice.
the head.
My first die roll of the evening. 9 + 7, 16. So he correctly is able to treat the wounds of the two of them. Unfortunately, that because of the penalty that you take when you're treating yourself, he isn't able to successfully work on himself. He was able to help everybody else. So because you're able to all heal over this evening. The grand total because of like odds and evens with being level 0 plus his assistance, all able to heal 2 health points overnight. Kind of like shoring you up to like ground 0 of healing up anymore. So you heal 2 health points overnight for like the morning when you get up and go. Obviously, your character's a little concerned, and so you set up various watches to see if the IV comes. But with the watches being done with everybody again, you notice that in the morning there is no IV around you. You seem to have removed yourself well enough from the scenario. Kethrel, as previously stated, in the morning will stick around long enough to enjoy breakfast with everybody that's here. No, he doesn't eat rocks. And then he will part ways. He will head eastward.
What does he eat?
Same food that you guys do. The one difference I would say is that when he's handed tack bread, when he has his handed tack, he eats it dry. And if you guys like try to offer him like some tea or something to soak it in, he shakes his head and says,
I don't want to ruin it.
Let's see.
Yeah. But otherwise he eats regular food like you guys do. So unless there's anything else that you care to say with him, he will part ways and head eastward. And you guys will head, along the trail back. 1, 2, 3, good?
Nothing for me.
Cool. Then I will have Wade go ahead and roll me a survival check. Ooh, nummies.
Oh, snap.
Are those cookies?
Chocolate covered pretzel. One with M&Ms on it, one with snow caps on it.
Mm-hmm.
The snow caps on a chocolate covered pretzel are like next level.
I won't lie.
I didn't get any cake. We're apparently saving the cake for tomorrow when the rest of our company gets here.
I won't lie. Snowcaps are my absolute favorite. Like I don't buy stuff at movie theaters because they're overpriced, but I will totally swing by like a CVS and grab snowcaps, or like a Walmart and grab snowcaps before I go to the movie theater.
They're so I don't know why. With the movies, popcorn and snowcaps are just like the things I want.
They are the exact 100. Completely agree. Like I don't even want soda. Like a thing of water. And I won't lie, Wade. This isn't like. I will totally swing by Subway and buy a foot long and sneak that in. Like I'll eat a foot long.
I'm dumb and I buy the food at the theater. I don't want a foot long in there, but popcorn and snow caps. I got a soda the last time we went, and the syrup machine must have been out because it was basically just like soda water with like a tiny hint of a soda that once was. Very sad.
Yeah. I'll sometimes get.
Anyway, I rolled a 19.
That's where they actually make their money.
Oh, 100% it is. Yeah, their possessions are ridiculous.
If it's a local theater, like there's like a cinema pub around here. Yeah. If I go to like the local theater where it's owned by like one dude, there's a couple of employees. We go to the theater, we buy the food, buy alcohol, so on and so forth. But if it's like Showcase Cinemas, I'm like,
they don't need you.
Yeah. But so back to what's it called?
I apparently swam and rolled another survival I didn't know about.
Yeah, the swim was accidental, and survival I handled for you because you stepped away. So, making your way back to Loshev, you actually make really good time. Like, really good time following the trail and everything that's there. Making your way back, a full 2 days of travel brings you to the edge of the forest, where once again, you're given the choice. If you want to push yourself, you can get into Loshev this evening, especially if you're trying to sneak your way to go to speak to, the person in charge. Or you can, wait until the morning, maybe approach. This kind of like comes down to what your original plan was.
We're waiting till morning because I'm already beat the fuck up and fatigued.
It's your choice.
Wait, wouldn't the fatigue be gone? Since at this point,
I don't think there's a way to remove it from my character sheet. I think it's just part of me.
Yeah, you click it away. It's been days. Oh wait, you also heal 2 health points. It's an important thing to put in there.
Oh wait, so I'm not fatigued anymore, so we could push it. No, I don't want to be fatigued anymore, Scott. Fuck you.
But also, did we actually decide what our plan was?
So this is where I'm bringing it here. Do you want to go in, push this evening, go in the morning? What's your plan? So on and so forth. It's one of those like you look at the map and you're like, God damn it! Like I know if we go another hour's travel, we'll be outside the woods and we can be within the town less than an hour after. Like within 2 hours, we should be in town if I'm reading the map correctly.
You do this no. We're not going to give this to you anymore.
You don't have to decide whether or not you're going tonight. Why don't you decide your plan and then when you're enacting that plan? How about that?
This is like a fucking Faerun minute. Everywhere we go here is always, 2 hours you can get there. 2 hours. Every session has ended with, 2 hours. In 2 hours you can probably 2 more hours and you could you can shove the hours up your ass, Scott.
I do.
All right. Well,
So is one of us going
the plan?
ahead, or are we gonna make them look like corpses? Are we doing a little bit of both?
That was your guys' plan. Koa would leave that between you and then Layla and Jiren, whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, we have to see if Layla's even cooperating at this point.
Pantilla's gone now, right?
yeah.
Fuck. Why? Why can I not just not laugh at it?
Ezek all over again.
Okay. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, Scott, how is Layla? Is she still in denial? Because that kind of affects the plan a lot.
Who would be needling her? Would Mikhail? Would Aldo? Either? Both?
Wait, is it like
Mikhail
nighttime
would.
now?
It will be if you push on, yes.
Fuck.
So
Coming in
it's
during
night
nighttime might be
soon.
the best time to come into town, even though I would be fucking fatigued again. But like, it might be the right play to come in because we don't want to scare Dan and have him run away. Maybe he wouldn't be expecting us to come in like late at night like that.
I'd say he probably has a plan for it. I think both Aldo and Mikhail have been needling, as you put it.
Who wants to roll diplomacy and who wants to aid?
I rolled diplomacy before, so I can aid this time if you'd like.
Sure.
All right.
Forgot my sheet got closed. Sorry.
That's the bottom half of 50%. Roll better than him and take the +2. Or roll worse. That +2 gets you to a 10 total.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I rolled really bad,
yeah,
obviously.
she's probably about where she was beforehand. Like clearly, you know, like she's like there's doubts, but she's not openly doubting. It's kind of like one of those, you can see it, you understand it, you personally get it, but at the same time you're like, can't get her to admit it out loud, you know.
Yeah. Mostly the purpose is just so that she'll go along with whatever plan we decide. Mm-hmm. So I would try to present it as, well, like, okay, if you go along with what we're planning, then you can know for sure. Right? Rather than just, no, help us pin him to the wall. But, like, this way we can try to figure things out, and then you'll know for certain if he was, trying to have you killed or if we were wrong. That would have been my angle, but I guess I already rolled. So, if that's pretty much the same result, I don't know. I have to think.
Well, perhaps one of us could keep going on into the town as we get closer, or we should all go in together quickly. But Aldo obviously would stand out to Dan as the one who keeps accusing him, and I would stand out as the previously called hero of Loshev, right? Not a nickname I gave myself this time. But perhaps Mikhail, you would be less conspicuous.
I could go in, says my boy.
Great idea, but Vita.
No, I can walk on my own now. I've been, the bandaging that Kethrel did before.
I don't know if you've forgotten, but you're a prisoner, so just sit back and
you're supposed
be
to be
a prisoner.
Dead. Yeah, with that, and you're supposed to be dead. It gets pretty quiet, because specifically because of who it came from, too. Like,
so I'd say at this point we either all go in together, or Mikhail goes ahead.
Thinking. If I go ahead, there's still a matter of convincing the captain that Dan should be detained. right? We don't even know if he'll be doesn't seem like he's got a lot of love for the guy, but doesn't mean he'll be willing to do that if it's going to stir up other trouble just on our suspicion.
Well, tell him we have evidence to prove so, just hiding outside. Here's the only concern I have. Going into the camps, there was a tree that looked like a watch tower of sorts. A crude one, but a watchtower of sorts. Dan knows that we went on this expedition. What if he has someone either hiding in the woods or in town or whatever else, kind of also keeping an eye out to give him warning so that if he sees us approaching, he flees?
Yeah.
That is a good question. I can try and scout a bit the closer we get. Give us an edge if there is anyone that seems to be waiting.
How many ways are there in and out of Loshev?
There's no walls. So
It's unwalled, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, so I suppose infinite. Or perhaps Dan is egotistical enough to think he can get out of it even if we do show back up.
Or maybe he's just not as smart as we're giving him credit, but
Well,
probably better not to bank on his incompetence.
yes, you always, you never want to underestimate your opponent.
Well, so do we all head in at once? Does Mikhail go in? Do we scout ahead of us?
That sounds very similar to a question I had posed. I would say yes, one of those.
Anyone leaning a certain way?
I say fuck it, we just go in. I mean, if Dan ends up on the run, where's he gonna run to? One of the nearest towns. I'm sure either us or one of the guards could track him down.
It's true. If he does run, that still means something.
My fear is that if we split up and he has a trap waiting for us, the two that we do have could possibly be killed if they're targeted. And
Or whoever's isolated.
and if we do just send one person in and the captain demands evidence before he's willing to arrest Dan, then while you come back to fetch us, that would give him time to run. So, while I think that the original plan was wise, at this point, they all come with risks. And at least if we're together and we have them with us and we go straight into town, worst case scenario, either we're attacked and we're all together, or Dan tries to flee, in which case they know he's bad and there'll be a manhunt for him.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a manhunt there'll be.
Look what they did for the few
council.
bandits
Yeah.
they sent us, after all. For a
Yes,
corrupt
but-
guard? Probably a lot more.
Possibly. I think you're right, though. I think we should all just go in with all due haste and see if we can get this matter just over and done with.
Yeah. To that point, I agree. I mean, worst case, we're still kind of kicking a beehive. Making something happen gets us a little bit closer to answers, even if it has its drawbacks.
Listen, the only drawback is, and it's just for you, Mikhail, it's if Dan gets away, that's a potential loss of information on your friends that you're looking for.
It's true, but I already know I need to go to Hogwen for that.
Well, guess there's no downsides then.
Guess so.
Do we use the cover of night to push on?
Yeah, I think that was the other part of it. I mean, I think I feel all right. What about you? You're the one who got roughed up the most.
I'm feeling much better. A rest would be fantastic, but I also see the benefits of getting in after nightfall and less likely to get spotted ahead of time that way.
Well, looks like we have our plan then. Push on, get in there, and be done.
Yeah. It'll be nice to be out of the woods, too. Feels like we've been here forever.
Grown a bit fond of them.
Really?
No, fuck these woods. Let's get out immediately.
Okay.
I can't tell if there's a blister on one of my feet or if it was a thorn that's still stuck in there, to be honest with you.
I used to really like the woods. Used to.
Oh, Mikhail, that reminds me actually. We were talking before. Can you shrink people?
Kind of what?
Yeah. Shrink people. Can you make us smaller to put us in like a waterproof case? And if you could, would we still be strong enough to push our way out?
I mean, I know there's spells to alter a person's size, but I don't have that knowledge, unfortunately. Definitely not to make you small enough to fit in a scroll case.
Too bad. Not sure, actually. Aldo and I were just talking about it. We were like, well, you could make floating torches. Perhaps you can shrink a person so they could fit in a watertight case. So if we had to go through the wet part again, we wouldn't get all wet.
Yeah. Oh. No. Yeah, nah, not quite. I mean, I can dry you off.
And when people do
Magic.
shrink, do their clothes and items shrink with them?
I'm pretty sure they do.
So theoretically, you
useful
could just
spell
load a
that way.
person up with their supplies, shrink them down, and put them in a bag.
Would Nightstorm shrink as well so I could have a tiny horse to ride with my tiny Zeke?
No. Nightstorm would be an additional creature, maybe a better term. I don't even know if it
He's a
works on
horse.
animals.
That's probably the best term.
A horse, right? Yeah, I don't know if it works on horses. Would help if I actually knew the spell, which I don't. But I'm pretty sure things shrink with you. But to my knowledge, I think you'd only say you, Koa, you'd turn into about the size of a human child.
Wouldn't fit in a case like that.
Yeah, it gets you to about half.
What if you shrink me to half and you double the size of the case?
I don't know if it would work on the case. I don't know the spell. I'm just kind of spitballing here.
You
Usually
studied
things
this,
work
yes.
on people or things. I did. I did quite extensively, but there is a lot of magic out there. Many different spells. Each has its own school, even with sub-schools involved. I mean, the conservatory I studied at was it was specialized in certain things.
Well, the floating lights were a
only
fantastic
know so
trick,
many.
and I like not having blood on me. Can't wait to see what else you have in your repertoire.
Well, the ability to move things remotely got us through the thorns, or helped get us through the thorns.
Oh, he looked down at his legs almost like, yeah, you must be really good at that one.
I mean, it would have been a lot worse.
Perhaps a bit more practice than next time.
Yeah. It's just, remember how exhausted he was at the end of it? It's just, yeah, practice might help.
How exhausted he was.
Meanwhile,
you described us all as super exhausted.
It's like I remember working, restaurants, and you would see like a cook coming off of doing an open to close, like an 18-hour shift, in 120-degree temps in front of a fryer later all day, and a waitress complaining that or a waiter doesn't doesn't matter, complaining about their 3-hour serving shift and how tired they are. And it's like they'd be at the bar afterwards. It's like, bro, shh.
All right, somebody please clip that for the next time that I want to do a cantrip for a long time, and Scott's like, well, it's not that easy. It takes a lot of physical energy and concentration to do that. For that, you can't just do it forever. So someone please clip that for whenever he hits me with that bullshit.
I'm just saying. Not that yours is easy.
Say all you like,
but it's not comparable.
Say all you like.
All right, so all right, back to the game here. So it sounds like you're pushing on then, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's be fatigued
Constitution
again.
checks, everybody. Woo!
I deserve 2 levels.
Forward
I've had to
saves
do
or
this.
straight con?
Con
Yeah, straight con check.
man.
God damn it!
Yes.
Hey, like I said, I was feeling pretty good.
Okay. 2 of you are fatigued. Could both of you roll again, or 3 of you roll again for the second hour?
Oh yeah, you said 2.
All right, wait. You just fatigued. Mikhail, you feeling good? Wait, hold on. DC goes up by 2. It's a DC 12. Oh no.
Well, that's not great.
And Aldo's exhausted. So you have fatigue, exhausted going in. And this is the most important part because we are talking about whether or not you can chase somebody down that might try to run away. Wait, I need 2 more checks from you, but this time not from Koa. Can you please roll for me Night Storm?
Fatigue Fury.
Good start. And the follow-up is pass. Okay. So if you did have to ride someone down, your horse is raring to go. Okay. So you guys
There's gotta be something. I must be building up some kind of fucking tolerance to this bullshit. I've been tired for a month straight.
You guys are not straight through. Oh, everybody healed 1 more health point from the 2 days travel back here.
An additional 2 or the 2 you told me before?
1 more on top of the 2 that I told you before.
Okay, so I'm at 12 out of 14. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, back to full.
Cool. I don't think Aldo took any damage.
Can I just say my strength score is a 2 right now?
You're exhausted to a strength score of 2. That means legitimately you are moving because you're so over encumbered right now.
He's on Night Storm.
Yeah, he's on the horse for sure at that point.
He's walking like Joe Biden across the debate stage. You know what I mean? Like
we don't have 6 hours to make this. You're about 30 minutes out. 3 days later.
Awesome. So anyways, yeah, he is legitimately like, I imagine, does he hop on Night Storm?
Oh yeah, he's the one.
I think he could lift himself up though.
Oh, I mean, it would be one of those that might need a little assistance, but you would eventually get yourself up there. You know what I mean? Even if you stop by a stump or something, right?
You're close now. Aldo, here.
He'll
help you up.
Yeah, it's actually why it took a whole second hour for you guys to get there, is because how slowly he's moving. Anyways, so you do make your way back into town, and as you're making your way back to town, not directly into town to be clear, as you're making your way back into town, you're going across the bridge. When you notice as you're crossing the bridge, that on top of the bridge there's a figure that is standing up there. It's hard to make out who they are because of the darkness in the distance, but there's definitely a figure standing on top of the bridge itself. They are, one of those things where as you're approaching, they're not looking at you. They seem to be looking into the water. But then when you're close enough that, the horse plus 5 other people stand out well enough that you can, that they definitely turn their attention to your direction. At this point, everybody can go ahead and roll me a perception check to see if you can make out who or what this is. All right. Those are some pretty good rolls. Koa, you can just see it's a humanoid. Unfortunately, it's just you're not able to catch enough detail. It might be just because of the fact that you are more focused on your prisoners and making sure they don't get away. Whatever the reason might be, you're not able to catch it as well. Aldo, you're tired, so you can look it up, and you can definitely see that there's a figure up there. One of the things that stands out to you is like it's not just a person. Like they look stocky, a little bit shorter and whatnot. Strikes you as maybe being a hobgoblin or something like that. And they do seem to be like broad shouldered. So like, maybe well built. You get some basic details like that, but it's actually Mikhail, who not only sees the hobgoblin standing there and identifies the guard armor, but before you even get to the base of the bridge on the side, you're able to look across and realize that it's Khalid.
Oh, Khalid. I remember him, kind of.
Good. One of us should.
Yeah, who's that? I do not remember that
guy. He's... So, yeah, I guess probably as when he notices, he'll go, oh, that's Khalid. He's one of the guards who originally led me into Loshev.
All right, so we think he's one of the good ones, or is he potentially working with Dan?
Nice to me, and he was with the captain, so he'll actually kind of raise his hand and sort of wave, because like you said, they turn towards us, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So he'll do that and kind of walk ahead a little bit.
Yeah. When you wave
Khalid,
and start walking ahead, especially when you call his name, he actually will start walking towards you. And we'll call out, but definitely like, while having a sternness to suggest like authority, there's a bit of a friendly undertones to it that says, kind of calls out and says, who's crossing the bridge this evening?
Me and my company trying to get into town before it gets too dark.
He says, Mikhail. Hey.
Yeah. Evening. Didn't expect to see you out here.
Nods and says, well, looks past you to see who's with you, and then looks to you and says, care if we speak?
Sure. I mean, we can.
Yeah. He'll kind of like look past you again at the group behind you, that because you said you walked ahead of them a bit, and gives like a friendly smile, but definitely a disinviting look, and then poignantly turns to like walk off with you. So I don't know if you guys continue to cross the bridge more slowly, or if you want to pull up and stop on the bridge for a minute, or whatever it is, but while they go off to talk, or if you just follow along. It's up to you guys.
We're tired, so we're probably gonna keep moving,
We'll
but we'll
probably
just
keep
like
walking.
give them space.
Yeah. So maybe move a bit slower or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So he'll walk ahead with you a bit. And as he's doing so, he's like, the captain sent me down this way to keep eye. Second day in a row, even.
For what? For us?
He looks like he's trying to contemplate whether or not he wants to say the answer. And then after like a long pause, he nods and says, yeah, it seems as though there's been requests lately for for people to look out to see if anyone's coming in from the woods, looking out for bandits and whatnot. But the order wasn't coming from the captain. It was coming from another one of the guards. And after word got out about it, captain caught winds the first night, but too late into the night to do something. So he asked me to look into it this last night in this. So I offered.
Did he tell you much as to why he asked you? 'Cause I had my suspicions on who that originally order was coming from.
He says because he trusts me.
Good. Hope we can too. It was Dan, right?
He gives you like a knowing look and says, I can't say.
Of course not. It kind of returns the look. It says, yeah, it's not too surprising he'd be on the lookout. Though it may be a conflict of interest from him to find out that we returned. Where's the captain now?
He says, this time of night, he's probably fast asleep.
Yeah, figured. Okay, then I'll speak plainly. We have some good information that we're trying to get into the right hands, that Dan's dirtier than he seems, and not just in the way that his lady likes.
Accurate.
If I make him laugh, do I get a bonus to diplomacy?
Yes. Yes, you do. Continue.
It says, he sent some people out there. We're pretty sure he sent them hoping they didn't come back. Same ones we were supposed to deal with. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. And he's been running with some of the people that I originally came here to report. The ones with the tattoo. Kind of touched like the forearm.
Mm-hmm. Well, sounds like this is a bit out of what I'm supposed to be handling. And you should probably speak to the captain about this.
Yeah. Do you know if there's a place we can get to in town a little bit more out of the way?
What do you mean?
Somewhere that he's not going to know we showed up.
Oh, I mean,
he literally was looking for someone to keep an eye this way. If I don't tell him, he won't know.
I'll
Are you
take
about
that
the same
for
person
sure.
right now?
Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
goes,
we need
he
to talk to the
shrugs-
captain. Dan is the one who asked people
Okay,
to...
I was confused because I thought he said the captain.
Yeah.
Sent him out here, and then he's like, "Well, if I don't
he
tell
shrugs
him,"
and he
it's like,
says,
why would-
he it's not like he has a pretty big social circle, right? He's got the rest of us he works with, and then he's got that list of names that I was told by the captain. Again, last night when he sent me this way, a whole list of names, and none of them were in town no more. Now there's some rumors about why those people are out of town, and he looks over your shoulder again, seeming to look at one or two people specifically, and he looks back at you and shrugs and says, "But it ain't my business."
Fair enough. I appreciate you, Khalid. Hold my hand out to shake his.
Yeah, shake your hand.
All right. We'll roll through and talk to the captain first thing.
Oh, I got a question for you before you do. Listen,
Yeah?
you seem like a good sort, so I want to give you a bit of a heads up on this one. He kind of leans in and he says, "Did you well, I suppose it wasn't you, right? But did you lot fence one of our swords?"
Fence one of your... Oh, like a guard sword?
Yeah, they're marked.
Yeah, of course they're marked. No, that'd be stupid.
I would think so, but apparently someone bought one in town and then had it on display in their shop. Shakes his head.
What? Okay. That's a decision.
Yeah, except he said it was a couple of the new people passing through doing work for us, and well, there ain't many people that fit that description. And Captain said that he had ordered Dan to give his to your team just a few days ago.
I'm pretty sure they rejected it, but I'll go ask.
He just takes what you say at face value and says, "All right, well, don't be surprised if Captain seems a bit cross about that."
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Nods and says, "Well, more important things at hand, huh?"
Apparently.
He'll give as you you go to leave or whatever it is, gives, like you said, you already shook hands, so as you turn off to leave, he looks to the others, gives like a small wave, but you can roll a sense motive for anybody who's paying attention. Not necessarily everybody would be paying attention to him.
Like Jake and I can too. No, we're not.
You're
there.
welcome to, yes. If you're
Oh,
looking after him as he's looking back your way, you're welcome to.
tired.
We're paying attention to what's going on. I think so.
Yeah. All right. Mikhail, are you as well? You don't have to.
Mikhail did. It was
I
Aldo
did.
who
It's just
didn't.
really low.
Oh, sorry. Aldo didn't. Aldo was too tired. Heard. Understood. Koa, it makes sense that you would say it. He waves after you guys. Seems friendly enough, but his eyes linger on you a bit. Almost get like a hint of suspicion with how his eyes linger after you for like an extra second and a half or so. But you guys are walking by. There's already a gap of space. The friendly wave. I don't know if you would stop, turn, walk back to address, or if you would just ignore it.
I mean, I would ask Mikhail when he comes up because he's the one who just had a conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he looking at us suspiciously?
Kind of glances back for a second. I didn't notice.
Oh no, he held his gaze. It was a friendly wave and then a bit of a sternness afterward. Do you think he is he about to rat us out?
I don't think so. If I had to guess, it's apparently that short sword was Dan's. It was, you remember how it got hawked?
What's short sword?
The one that Aldo hawked.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, apparently the shop owner decided to put it up on display.
I'll handle that. Just say you didn't say it.
I just told him I'd ask about it, and he said just to not to be surprised the captain seemed a bit cross about it.
You know what I'm cross about? Yeah, actually, I'm not going to start.
Yeah, but either way, and I'll kind of explain the situation. It's like Dan requested people to be able to look out for people coming out into the forest. Captain got word of it, put Khalid out here to be the lookout because he trusts Khalid, and since Khalid likes me and the captain likes Khalid, he's not going to report that we just showed up. So Dan won't get a heads up.
Unless Dan has someone else keeping an eye out, but yes, that's good. Should we go have our meeting with the captain then? Be awake?
No, he probably won't be, but since no one's going to be told, at least not by the lookout they posted, that Dan thinks he posted, that we showed up, we should be able to move freely.
Unless the look that I got was a look of, I'm going to go tell Dan, rather than a look of, shouldn't have sold my sword.
Yeah, could be that. Do you want me to go back and ask about it?
At this point,
Just find out where the captain lives, and we'll go and pay him a house call.
You'll be able to either already know or find out very easily, like moving forward.
so we should wake up the captain then, or we should leave the night somewhere.
We should wake the captain up. That's why we pushed on.
Yeah.
Good point. Yes.
It's just
that then.
you guys don't look so good, so
Oh, just a bit. 2 hours turned into 2.5, and man, I forgot it was all uphill the final bit.
yeah. I mean, I'm tired too, but like Aldo said, this is why we pushed on.
All right. Well, meeting with the captain then.
Yep. Like, smacks his face a few times.
Perception checks. Nice. I like that.
I smacked myself too hard.
That's a good. Oh no, there's a 15 in there. Damn it.
There's a 15 in there, yeah.
I thought I could have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for you meddling Mikhail.
Noah smacks his face, following Mikhail's lead. Is like, oh fuck.
All right. So you finish your conversation, and you look back from your conversation, and you're just like, okay, let's keep moving forward. But almost immediately when you look back, you just like assess the group that you're walking with or whatever, and you realize, okay, there, Aldo is riding on the horse, and the other two are walking alongside. Where's Layla? The fuck is Layla? And then like you glance off to, oh, thank you so much. Then you look off and you see Layla literally maybe about like 80 feet from you, like running ahead. She like darts past like where there's a little bit of illumination. So you see her shadow about 80 feet ahead of you, like rushing, like she's trying to get away to run into town ahead of where you guys are. And you notice that pretty quickly.
It's like, shit, ride her down. She's running.
Nice stop. Aldo off. He'll like kind of like almost throw Aldo off and like hop on Nightstorm and take off after.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to catch Aldo.
Okay. The try to catch is important because to get off quick. Sorry, as he gets like shoved off, I'll take a reflex save from both of you. Keegan, more or less, you're aiding another him. You can both roll at the same time.
Reflex
doesn't matter.
save?
Yeah, reflex save.
Okay,
you give him the +2, which is great. You can just roll and we'll mental math it there, sir. Okay. You fall off the horse, and unfortunately, you smack into Mikhail. He stumbles backwards as he tries to catch you because you got pushed off. When you fall off a horse, you take 1d4 damage. So I'll go ahead and roll my beautiful d4 right here. I get it out of it.
Hey, you were uninjured though, right?
I was not. No.
Mm-hmm. You take 2 points of damage as you fall off and hit the ground hard.
Are you dead?
No.
Good. That'd be a terrible way to die. A PC pushed me off a horse. My character died.
Wade, ride check, please. Okay. You do not get on the horse gracefully. It's one of those things you shove him off the horse and you try to quick get on. But as he gets down,
is fucking nuts.
His foot like clips you. on the way down, and it kind of like knocks you back out of the saddle. It's like, fuck. And you have to actually spend your whole move action climbing up into it. And then you see him hit the ground, and he's like, ugh. I imagine you're not paying too close attention with your perception before of a natty one. So maybe not paying
now I'm looking at Layla. I'm not paying attention to what's going on here. I'm just like, fucking get off the horse. Here we go.
And so you try to spur the horse to move on. Now, because of course you want to try to catch her quickly, do you care to like actually legitimately spur the horse to increase its speed? Are you saying I don't need to be that drastic? I can run her down.
I don't know
easily.
what that means.
Oh, it's a ride
in
check.
D&D terms.
Yeah. It's a spur. Is a ride check. What is it? It's DC 15. It increases your horse's speed by 10, but it does 1d4 damage to the horse. It's non-lethal, so they heal it quickly. But
it's literally digging the.
Oh, I didn't heal Nightstorm. Nightstorm also healed 3 over the course of the last few days.
Sorry. No, would have only healed 2. Yes.
Yeah. 2 each die.
Okay.
What's Nightstorm's HD?
It's 2.
2.
Oh, then it would have healed.
Con of 17.
Oh,
so
right.
plus 3.
Then it would have healed 6. 3 each day. Sorry, 2 each day times 3 days, 6 total. My apologies.
3 days. Yeah.
Okay. So Nightstorm was missing 3 health. Now Nightstorm's full health. But
Yes.
the con of 17, health of 15.
Yep. And the reason why she was only missing 3 HMS is because Kethrel had nurtured her. Yay! Patty cake, Patrick! Hi, Pat. Oh, bye, Pat. Oh, that was so quick.
Oh no, that's okay. I can pick it up later.
I was gonna say, Pat, hug
here.
Wade. There you go. Pat, you gotta hug Wade so I can feel like it's you hugging me. There you go. Oh yes. Now like his ear. What?
Actual friend.
friendship.
Wow.
He made dinner. No Wallace were killed.
Wow. Wow.
That says, "Hey Pat, boy Pat, yo Pat." Wow. No, I got you. I appreciate it.
Love you,
Thanks for making an
Patty.
appearance.
All right. So you're riding her
I
down.
miss playing with her.
I will do the thing that will cause the 1d4.
Okay, cool. I'm just
We're
making
going
sure. You got-
fast.
Oh, it's D3.
Oh, it's D3 damage. Cool. And it's
Even
DC 15, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. So you spur. It's a DC 15. This is a separate ride check from what you just did. I think even if you fail, you do the damage, though, right?
I
I was like, we haven't rolled higher than a 15 in a minute. We're due for another one.
So yeah, you do the 1d3 damage, and you try to spur the thing, but it doesn't go any faster. It just
It's fine.
You just
Her
Alright.
speed is 55.
so it remains 55, and then you go riding after her. Do you
Well, it
say-
says
Do I roll the
a
1d3 or not?
successful ride check increases the mount speed by 10 feet.
But
for
that
one
doesn't
round,
say
it takes
only-
1d3.
yeah, but I mean, like if you
It's
fail,
a part of the successful ride check thing. It doesn't say anything about what happens if you fail.
I mean, sounds like you do the D3.
I mean, it sounds like it. I'm just saying what raw. It doesn't. It doesn't say it.
Are you trying to rob me?
Is
Trying to
that
raw
what you
ride me
always
right
do
now?
us?
I'm not that
I
worried
mean,
about it either way,
yes,
so I'll
unless
just
you
go with
want.
whatever decision you all come to.
Takes 1d3.
You want to roll it? You want me to roll it?
You're welcome to. It's a 1d6.
This
I will
better
say
be the
every other thing says
1d6.
what
He
happens
said
when
3.
you fail. Yeah, it's 1d3.
Why
Did
did
you
you roll
shoot
a
my horse?
crossbow?
I went to like close something and it just.
Did you just shoot my horse?
No, she's 80 feet away. He took a
Yeah,
shot
she
at
just
her.
shoots Layla, kills her.
I know. Did you just shoot
does that hit
Layla? Did you just shoot Layla, yay
I
or
think
nay?
he said it was an accident.
No.
Okay, I was gonna say because she's in darkness, so it's a 20% mischance. But okay, because that would have hit otherwise. All right, wait, I'm sorry. 2
I
points of
took
damage.
2.
Thank
Yep,
you.
took.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So the horse takes a whopping 2. Back to you, sir. So do you riding her down? Do you say anything as you go after her? Is your intention to like ride up, like knock her off of her feet? Like, what is your intention to describe?
Yeah, I will get Nightstorm to try to go as fast as possible. If Nightstorm just moves and doesn't do an action, can she still double move?
Yeah. Well, so the way that it works is like when you're on your horse, you're more or less just going to use the horse's movement as your movement because you still only have your turn, right? And so your move will be moving the horse, right?
Yeah,
So it can double move if you use your movement and your action to double move.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I will yell, because this was the threat that we told them in the woods. Layla, I see you running. Don't make Aldo shoot you too.
Oh, shit. All right, you can roll an intimidation, but add a circumstance plus 5 to it.
Oh. Also, the mount uses its own action to move.
That's what that attack roll was. When I fell off, for some
it
reason,
did not add the plus
crossbow
5
was loaded, and it just flew in her direction.
That should be a 22. The 5 for some reason didn't show up.
But if you remember, there's a 4 in there that shouldn't be there at the moment, so I think it's actually supposed to be an 18 total at the moment. Because there's a rank in there that shouldn't be.
Oh, if that's not supposed to be there, then
yeah.
yes.
So it's just an 18 at the moment, which is perfectly fine. You say that, and it's one of those things where like she almost stumbles over with how quickly she tries to stop. Like fear absolutely takes over her as you say that. So you say that, and she tries to stop, but it's like stumbles forward a couple extra steps, giving you the extra time for your horse to ride up on her. And, you know, she, like, as you're riding up, I imagine riding up quickly to her, do you, like, gracefully slow down to her, or do you, like, ride up hard to her?
I think I ride up hard with, like, a hand on my hilt to show I mean business.
She drops to the ground. Like I said, she stumbles, and then she looks over and seeing you coming up hard, because she's already stumbling, she ends up dropping to the ground, like dropping to the ground out of fear.
Okay.
She's already seen what you can do,
off
and
the
already
horse
heard.
at this point, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will, like, grab her to pull her back up.
It's like, sorry.
I had warned you days ago not to try anything stupid. Another moment, and you would have ended up like your friends in the woods.
I just needed, sorry.
Go. He'll, like, motion onward, and he's, like, walking behind her now to make sure she doesn't pull that again.
She, like, stumble jogs, if you will. It's like a weak jog back to where the rest of the people are. She herself is, of course, also tired, likely having failed her checks before, you know, or at least one of them. But so she's, like, stumble jogging back to where the group is.
We come back, and Koa looks pissed.
As soon as you get back, Mikhail he'll start taking some rope out off of Nightstorm and just start biting Layla's hands.
Koa will look at Aldo, who probably looks a little bit worse for wear. He looks like
Yeah,
shit.
you can
Would
see,
like to
like,
get back on the horse.
You look at him, and he's like, got his hand on his head, and then he looks at you, and then he moves his hand from his head, and you see there's blood on his hand. And he's like,
What happened?
no. You threw me off the horse.
That can't be right. I gently removed you so I could hurry on after Layla.
Memory's a funny thing like that, isn't it?
I must be stronger than I think. But I'm
I had to
sorry.
do that.
I did not mean to throw you off the horse. It was more of a reaction to stop her from getting away or getting to you know who.
Let's just get to the captain.
Wouldn't have had to do that if you hadn't done anything stupid, Layla. Thought you knew better.
I'm sorry. I just thought
Shut up. That wasn't a question. Finishes tying her hands.
And
I like
you're still
you,
walking
Mikhail.
with us at this point, right? He's still right here.
Oh, he better be, because I'll kill that motherfucker.
he's actually looking too innocent, like poignantly not paying attention, you know, very comfortably close by, looking too innocent.
Like I did some shit, or I don't want to laugh because my little cousin's getting a whooping in front of me. Innocent, like which?
Probably
Tell you what,
like he
I got
probably knew she was doing it, but didn't give you a heads up. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, Koa, you got that. Like he probably saw her run off and did not say anything.
Tell you what, if one of you tries something again, you both take another bolt.
He points at her and goes, "Only she ran. I didn't do anything."
Well, now you're
didn't
partially
do
responsible
anything.
for each other. Hmm?
And mind you, he says that, and of course you guys are responding, but Aldo, whose head now hurts both from being exhausted, likely from being out of wine, and certainly from his head just having smashed some rock or whatever on the ground, can hear as he points and yells that, and they respond. It's kind of loud. It's nighttime. We're trying to be discreet. Now we're galloping horses, shouting about shooting crossbows, pointing arrows and screaming. This is a bit loud, Aldo notices.
We should hurry. No more time for small talk.
Right. I'll help you back onto Nightstorm.
If he wants back on.
He doesn't. He'll very slowly walk.
We should hurry. He very slowly walks.
He's walking as fast as he possibly can. About half speed.
Oh, half? That's generous. All
right.
Cool. So,
yeah, we walk in.
Yep, you guys go walking into the town, and then I imagine heading straight over to where you can spend the... Oh, no, sorry, you're heading straight to the captain. So you go, walk up to his abode, and, onto his...
Koa will be on Nightstorm, keeping an eye out, but, like, in the back, so that way if these two try anything again. But he's also now looking around at Aldo, was like, we need to hurry. He's like, okay, yeah, let's keep an eye out on things.
So the constable is technically what it is, not captain, it's constable. The constable here, he where he stays is actually, he has a special home that has like a small office inside the home. So it's like it's almost, imagine like a mayoral house, right? He has like a small home that is belongs to the town that the constable stays in, has the proximity to where other things are inside the town, so on and so forth. It's not very nice, but it is, nicer than a lot of the other homes that are here, if you will. So when you go up to it, and as you're walking up to the place, you can see there's still a candle on. It's all one floor. It's not like it's 2 floors or anything, but there's still a candle on inside one of the windows. So you maybe feel a little less guilty as you go over and you knock on the door. Who does the knock?
I'll
knock.
Okay. So you wait several moments, and there doesn't seem to be anybody that comes to the door. You knock again, maybe louder, or...
A bit louder, yeah.
Okay,
knowing that he might be asleep. So.
Yeah, a bit louder sort of a thing. Oops, sorry.
Oh, that's it. No, you're good.
As you knock a bit louder, it's loud enough to be resounding enough that even we'll say it's Koa looking around, trying to keep an eye on things. Notice that even in one of the neighbors nearby, you can see like there's a slight movement of the curtains through a window of somebody being like, "Who's knocking on a door that loud this late?" kind of a thing. But eventually, we'll say Mikhail is focusing on the door to Aldo, as holding his head still, or maybe being a little less dramatic. Looks up and sees shadows moving over in the room that has the candle inside of it, and so you can see somebody's coming. A few moments after that, you can hear a lock unlatch, and then you can see the little press down or whatever it is to open the door, jiggles a little bit, and the door opens about 1.5 inches or so, and you see an eye through the crease of the door, and says, "Who's calling?"
Mikhail and company. Sorry to wake you, Constable, but it's important.
Opens the door like another 1.5 inches or so, looks around, and then he opens it the rest of the way. As he finishes opening the door the rest of the way, you can see he actually will assess the situation for a couple extra seconds, and then he unloads a crossbow bolt and rehangs a crossbow on the wall behind him. He doesn't release the pressure on it yet, but at least now he's not he's not armed anymore, and will step out into the doorway that's step out into the stoop, if you will, and shut the door most of the way behind him, and says, "You made it back. That's good. And you have company. Layla." He says, looking to her. And then the other one just kind of eyes him suspiciously. "You want to introduce me?" he says, while looking at him to Mikhail.
Well, as you said, you already know Layla. That's Yasir.
Nods. One of the ones I had written the report about.
Yeah. Only two that we could get to surrender properly. And just barely at that.
Looks over, sees Koa there, gives an appreciative nod to Koa.
I'll nod back.
And then looks at Aldo and gives him a long, kind of suspicious look at Aldo. Then looks back.
Even as he's looking at Aldo, I'll say he was invaluable.
Thank you. You answered the question before even asked, And then he'll look back at you and say, it's a bit late. Perhaps we should step inside to speak.
I think we'd
Your
all
neighbors have
appreciate
already
that.
seen.
When you say that, he'll nod and say, "Let them watch. Duty was a constable's duty never ends. I assume we should all step inside." He says pointedly to Mikhail.
You assume correctly.
He looks at the as he opens the door and then steps to the side for each one of you to walk in. He looks down at her wrists and says, "Nice knot."
Good for people who take leave of their senses. And just kind of shove her in.
And the home again, it's not fancy. It's simple, just well enough made. It's definitely aged. So when you first go inside the building, there's like a small coat closet, if you will, for hanging cloaks or whatever inside there. But other than that, you're more or less just kind of stepping into the kitchen / dining area where there is the hearth that you would cook or warm or whatever. The table certainly cannot seat 6 people. Sorry. 6 people. The table can seat 4, we'll say comfortably. And there's another chair off to the side, making it so someone's going to be stuck standing.
What about Nightstorm? Does she fit inside okay?
Nightstorm does not come inside.
Just dust.
Then I tell her to guard outside.
Okay. Nightstorm can guard out the guardhouse. And so you guys go in there, you see the room, whatever it is, and grab your seats or stand around or whatever it is you got to do. He when he turns he shuts the door, turns around to come into the room with each of you, seeing kind of like stopping, like probably the look on his face. This is likely the most crowded his house has ever been, or at least in a long time. And so he does say, "I trust nobody would be offended if I don't offer tea."
Well, you didn't offer medical treatment, and looks like you haven't offered it again. Aldo says as he's like bleeding, but like his head is bleeding.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "I'm sorry. Wits aren't about me. I've just woken. Have a seat," he says, gesturing to a chair. And then if you start taking a step towards it, he'll go like an opposite direction to a cupboard in another room, but like within sight.
Yeah, I do. I sit.
Right. He goes over and while he's fishing through the cupboard, he says, you want to tell me why there's only 2 coming back with you?
The other 2 didn't surrender.
Stands up and comes back holding a couple of supplies and says, "Oh?
Yeah. Got 1, 2 tentatively, but when the last one didn't, they changed their mind, I guess."
This one also only surrendered after taking a bolt to the gut.
Yeah.
He looks sheepish, but she chimes in and says, "That's not entirely true." She says, kind of like, being a bit pissy.
Ah, the one who left them all to die has something more to add, please.
Right. Tell them how you spotted me and didn't warn anyone. I did leave that out.
100% steals all the wind from her, and she kind of like loses the bluster and sinks in her seat.
The reason Aldo here is injured right now, in fact, is because she's tried to flee not once, but a second time, the second one being tonight. So, wouldn't let this one out of your sights.
He nods and says, "For more than one reason." Looking at her while opening up the container, whatever he has with him, and then looks down at his stuff, grabs his, a bottle that when he pops it open, holy shit, Jake, that smells like the worst alcohol you have ever smelled in your life, but not the worst you've ever tasted. And he pours some onto a what seems to be a clean rag or cloth or whatever, and says, "This'll sting." And then
he looks up, bites it, and eats it and swallows it instead of letting it be put on his head.
He just bites the rag in half.
Goes feral.
Really is a donkey. He
also bites Mikhail.
He presses it on your head, and it burns. And despite its burning, all you know is that it's a waste of alcohol. But from there, he'll actually tend to the wound. And I'm going to go into RP again, but at some point during it, he will pull back and say, It's just a head wound. It's bleeding worse than it is. You won't need stitches unless you want them.
That'll be fine.
Right. And so that's
So,
kind of
is the bottle around, or did he put it back in the cupboard?
Oh no, it's like right on the table in front of you.
Oh yeah. While he's doing that, I just reach for the bottle and he has a swig.
God.
He watches you take a swig of that, and he like after you take a swig, he's like, "Damn, that could make you go blind."
I've had worse.
There's
like a moment where like
that was for removing paint.
There's a moment where like you can't see it because he's behind you treating your head, but there's like a look of like genuine horror on his face as he's like watching you drink like witch hazel. You
Cool.
Aldo's habits aside, we have reason to think that perhaps these two, along with the others, were on an expedition to their own demise. There was a safe area they were supposed to be sent to that, do you believe in the curses and superstitions of the woods?
Koa, you're jumping ahead. Before you get to that, you need to start at the beginning. As soon as we left here, Dan sent a runner, and he like gestures at Layla. He says to warn them and provide them a place to go.
Ah, yes, that's true too. Yes.
Oh, wait. She left town because Dan sent her. And
That's
then
what she told
he
us.
says that
Look
out
at
loud,
Layla.
but he's looking at her as he says it. I'm sorry, Koa says.
That's what she'd told us, and he'll look at her too.
She's not looking up because of like what you had said earlier. It was Kayla, and at this point she looks up. Meets his
Kayla?
eye.
I didn't know there was
Layla or
another
Kayla?
person.
Layla,
here.
sorry,
Come on out. We didn't know you're the captain of company tonight.
sorry, Layla. Layla was the.
Stacy?
He says Layla. She looks up to meet his eye, then recollects like what was just said,
Sally?
and
Sally.
then nods in agreement. He goes, "Oh, that's different than what the rumors were." He looks at you, Koa, and says, "There may be a couple people around town that have opinions of you at the moment.
Opinions of me.
It's believed the reason why Layla hasn't been around is because she had taken a liking to the hero of Loshev."
Was this rumor started by Dan, by chance?
When you say that, she looks cross at you, but doesn't say anything. And once again, it's one of those things where it's like it's instinctive, but you genuinely don't think she believes it.
Koa is oblivious to all this and says, well, I could understand such a thing to be true. She's not expressed any such interest. And even if she had, well, she's proven to be quite the asshole. Some offense. And
Some offense.
as Aldo was saying, well, she was sent ahead to warn the others, and she had this map. He'll pull out the map that like she had, and was taking them to a safe haven. But go ahead, Aldo.
Once again, Koa, we'll get there. Can you tell me, did Dan, if you don't know if he started the rumor, did he seem to believe that, you know, at least to the other people that Taylor here went off with the hero of Loshev?
It's Layla. Your head injury might have.
Yes, that's right.
You ask the question, and he thinks for a second. Like he genuinely stops, like dabbing your head or cleaning up the wound or whatever, to think for a second. And he says, "Yeah, I reckon he does. I reckon he did believe it, or at least said he did."
Well, isn't that interesting, Layla? Tell me, is Sally working tonight by chance?
Sally?
Don't play coy. I know there's a guard called Sally, all right?
You mean Salisi?
Yeah, that's the one. Maybe only your friends call her Sally. Maybe that's why you don't.
He looks down. He looks
Fucking
down at the
cold
bottle
already.
in your hand, and then looks at the others, and then says, and you know, again, you don't see that because you're behind him. And he says, "Yeah, must be. Salisi.
She might. Yeah, she's working this evening. Actually, I think she's working the docks this evening.
Oof. What's that one?
He thinks for a second before responding and says, I know there's implications on Dan, and I've taken the appropriate steps, but there were no implications of anyone else. Are you saying that you have evidence that Salisi might be involved with something?
No hard evidence. All the evidence I have is that I noticed she was a bit friendly, and he does an exaggerated wink in the jailhouse. You know what I mean? Layla's on the way out. Dan sent her to her death. You know, right in time for Salisi to move in.
Or bluff.
Bluff, yeah.
Gotcha.
Over here, starting needless. You've ruined somebody's life. She's
Okay,
just some
sweet,
innocent guard. She's like, my whole life, all I wanted to do was be a guard. And I took my test. Yeah, passed it the third time, and here I am doing my
Listen,
best for the world.
this is all for Layla's doubt. All right, collateral damage and such.
I mean, the way that Dan's own paramour described him, I think when they show her Dan and she goes, that'll probably absolve her.
But it will help us in the moment. All right.
He says, thanks for the tip. I will look into what she's been up to.
We're not sure about the criminal involvement, but we hear Dan's quite the lay. He'll look the leg verified.
He says, if that is needful evidence, I'm sure we can call upon it. You know, a bit thrown off by that one, looking to Mikhail.
Right. I have to admit, I've lost my place.
Well, I was trying to get to the point where they were being led to their death, but Aldo keeps rewinding to other things. Can we get to that part now, or is there more in between?
Well, if you're telling the story, you should tell it as it goes. So after we left, the thing with Layla being sent out there, should probably start with what happened at the camp and then lead up to...
Well, before the camp, we got very wet. That actually happened first.
Sure.
The strange wetness, which was our first indication that maybe something in the woods was strange, because it wasn't an ordinary kind of just wet. It was very
everything
wet.
Seemed to be saturated without...
But
there was no rain. I don't even think it felt particularly humid. I mean, a little.
He actually interrupts and goes, listen, I'm sure this might be of some degree of importance, but unless this is direct evidence to the situation at hand, I think we should probably stay focused on what matters here. The fact that
maybe Dan can summon wetness. That's something to consider. I mean, there is... Perhaps not. Yeah, so we get to the camp.
Is that true, Layla?
I was hoping nobody would make that joke. I bit my own tongue. Well, Layla, does he summon... Moving on.
So we got to the camp, and as I'd mentioned, Layla had spotted Mikhail apparently, and started to slip away. And we snuck up as close as we could before engaging. Samir went to run, ultimately got into a scuffle with him. He fought, I fought. Ultimately, my blade went in between his ribs and pierced him right in the chest. From what I gather, with the other three, Layla just continued to either hide or run. I forget the other lady's name already, but she temporarily surrendered and then raised her... Zara raised her bow to attack one of us. Aldo saw it and fired a bolt, which put her down. And Yasir had also gone to raise a blade against, I believe, Mikhail. And Aldo fired a shot into his ribs, putting him down. And we had to try to patch him up after the fight. And then we yelled out to Layla, and she came in and surrendered. 2 down, 2 detained. From that point, we searched the camp, searched them, came across the map. They had said that they were supposed to go a little bit further in, and us believing perhaps there were either more bandits or more evidence perhaps to be found, we decided to pursue that camp, which seemed to be a death trap of ruins and quickly growing vines with stabby thorns that were beyond anything I'd ever encountered before. It's the first I'd really truly believed in the superstitions of the woods. But we managed to fight our way through that with the help of a stone giant.
I'm going to have to stop you for a second. Your story was making sense, though requires a bit of evidence, up until it just started getting fantastical. And you
Yes.
look a bit tired. Should we be finishing this story in the morning after some rest
No.
and some coffee?
I mean,
No,
notice we haven't stopped him.
The stone giant has actually been in Loshev before, said he's traded here. He's a very tall man, probably has a foot or so on me. Stone-looking skin. His name is
Kethrel.
Kethrel. His name is Kethrel.
When you say Kethrel, there's like a second or two later, his like face lights up a bit, and he says, "Oh, Kethrel. I've never met him, but I have heard this name before, and now your description matches kind of what I'd heard before." Okay.
Yes. He helped us survive the fantastical supernatural ruins encounter. We got away from the encroaching vines. Well, here, he'll like show his legs and feet, like the evidence of what they'd done.
Yeah. How fucked up the cellar, yeah.
I had to march through them on foot. We put others on horseback and so on and so forth. It was, well, I'm a little bit more cautious about such rumors of superstition now. We got through, made it back here. Kethrel decided to go back to some kind of keep near Rid, so he went his own way. And coming back into town, as you know, I told you Layla tried to flee, and we were in a hurry to get here because of... Well, to be honest with you, we don't know if Dan is alone or has any other god friends or other friends in town, or if this was it, but we do believe he was trying to tie up loose ends by sending them to these ruins to die.
And by
Well said. Well
posting
said,
by asking to have a guard posted to look out for any leaping the woods, he clearly didn't want this to happen.
I also want to apologize as, well, our mule companion did not make it through the fantastical, supernatural, thorny vines.
He nods, not seemingly too worried about the donkey.
Let me before you start, let me just break this down for you so you understand. We left here. Layla left just behind us, managed to get there before because she had a map. She was sent by Dan, given the map by Dan. When we got to their camp, first camp was empty. We followed them, tracked them down to a secondary camp, tried to get them to surrender. Most didn't at first. 2 dead, 1 wounded. Layla surrendered. At the camp, we questioned them, found out links to Dan, from Dan to this group, as well as to the group with the tattoos. Now, Samir had one of the tattoos, the same as the others that Dan has been.
I'll show the parchment where he just drew a line.
You can see that partially during your retelling of the same exact thing that was just told. Yeah, assuming you had already taken a 3rd swig of that, witch hazel, he actually was reaching to go take it from you to more or less be like, okay, we already heard this, but then you start getting to more information that wasn't covered before, and he'll actually stop and he'll like step around so you guys can actually like look at each other and he's full on listening to you. Because at first he was just thinking Aldo was just being a bit out there. Continue, Jake.
Yeah, so we've proven the link between Dan and this group, as well as Dan and this secondary group, which some of these members are a part of. It would be good to see if Dan has one of these matching tattoos, and that way you can tie him to the group directly. Apart from that, like Koa said, he asked them to go to a dangerous area of the forest. Look, I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't there, but the vines are move. They surrounded us, and we barely got out. Okay. Apart from that, look, we made our way back, but you've got Dan, hook, line, and sinker. You need to act before he escapes.
He holds up a hand and says, I know what I need to do.
Clearly.
And you can see that Yasser this whole time has been growing like increasingly agitated. And so like as you guys are telling your versions of the story or whatever. And so he holds up his hand, like I said, and he says, I know what I need to do. Like kind of like cutting you off, like don't overstep your boundary, sort of a thing. And like obviously you under your breath or whatever, you're like clearly like your little sarcastic remark or whatever. But if he hears it, he ignores it, and instead he kind of like turns away from you and does like the whole chin in hand, elbow in other hand, and kind of like thinking to himself, trying to like piece together what his next move is. Seeing Yasser being increasingly agitated, he finally looks at him and says, "What?" And Yasser goes, "Well, they've said their side of the story, but we haven't had a chance to say ours. You see, what?" And like he gets that far into it when the constable cuts him off and says, "No, this isn't a trial. You don't get a side." And then turns away to not make eye contact with him at the moment. And
I will add that we searched them for tattoos and we didn't find any on them. Well, Mikhail found some honeysuckle across Layla's breasts. Otherwise, none.
I was asked to look. Continue.
It's funny because like specifically when Koa says, talking about it's when again like it was the rumor, but then he either way that just kind of nods it away. He thinks for like another several moments, and then he says, "Okay. So unfortunately, it seems as though there's not one to handle at the moment. There's two. Apparently, both Dan and then he looks over at Aldo because of the implications that he made earlier, and he's like, "All right. Well, so much for a comfortable night's rest. I think that we should handle this as it is. If you'll give me a moment, I need to go get properly dressed." Looks to Koa and says, "Can I ask a small favor of you?"
Of course.
I saw the horse. I believe it's yours.
Oh, yes, Nightstorm. Friend or myself.
South of here is the bridge that crosses over to the to where the woods are. Did you take the bridge on the way in?
We did, right?
Yeah, he says.
Yeah,
Mikhail will say, we met with Khalid.
Perfect. Then he looks to Koa again and says, "Could you ride out and tell Khalid to join us?"
Yes, I will say that there was a weird moment where Khalid, after speaking to Mikhail, gave us a look that I couldn't quite place. I do believe Mikhail and you believe he's on our side, but that look of suspicion or whatever it was did give me pause.
Probably just thinks that you're banging Layla.
You say that, and it's kind
Mikhail's like eyes is like, oh,
it's like
that might be it.
he was contemplating how he was going to respond, but when you say that, it's like he's just like because it was so on the nose and so gruff.
Honestly, I've not had sex in over a month. I really wish I was banging someone, but I have not. That is not an invitation. He'll turn to Layla.
And so he goes, "That out of the way, could you go and collect him, please?"
He's a friendly guy. Maybe he'll offer.
Out of line there. Hilarious, though. Yes, I will go. I swear I better have a night at a bar here soon. For fuck's sake. Nightstorm, we're leaving. You two. I'm in a bad mood. Don't give me any further reason to be mad at you. I'll say to like Yasir and Layla as he walks out.
Mm-hmm. He looks at the two of you as you walk out to get on your horse and to ride back to the, go and get him or whatever. He looks at the two of you and he says, "You mind keeping an eye on them?"
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay. And then as he goes to walk out, he walks past behind Aldo and then pointedly gets Mikhail's attention and then like looks down at Aldo and the bottle like pointedly and then walks out of the room to go and probably like dress himself, get his armor and all that stuff he needs to do.
So as soon as he's gone, I grab the bottle and look at it. I'm like, how did you drink this stuff?
You look at Aldo, and it's like one of those things where you look at him. He's looking into your eyes as his eyelids start being like,
"Oh."
Starts foaming as his esophagus is just smoking.
He just sets the bottle on the other side.
He's exhausted. He's taking a head wound. He's had a drink. He's ready for bed.
Sleep time. Yeah.
Is it a fortitude save drink? Like,
I think either way, he's going to sleep, man.
Google what happens if you swig witch hazel.
I think if he doesn't burn up, then it's over. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it might take a minute or so for it to So I imagine he probably does wake up in one of those. It's funny. I was actually watching this old.
I think it's just gross.
I was watching this old like a rap interview, like an interview with a rap artist, and in the middle of the interview, in the middle of answering a question, he all of a sudden just turns to the side and starts vomiting. He's like, yeah, when we were working. Starts vomiting off to the side. And is it the
alcohol? Is it the head wound? Who knows?
Maybe a little column A, a little column B.
And he does it while unconscious too. So he like turns to the side and he pukes a little on the floor while the constable's out of the room. But he does it while unconscious. So like Mikhail has to make the decision: am I polite and clean it up for the constable, or do I leave it there?
I'd fucking prestidigitation that shit. If it's just us in the room, yeah. Because they've already seen it. He's already seen it. Just, I wouldn't show the constable.
Does it again.
Yeah. So you go to prestidigitation out the window, but you realize the window's just really clean. And so you thought it was open, but it's actually closed.
I'm not a bird. You can fucking tell the window is closed. Jesus.
You're not a bird. Listen, I've almost walked through my slider window before when like Rory cleans it really well.
Yeah, but you're the size of a bird, man, so it makes sense.
Okay, look, Mikhail only has a -1 to his wisdom. Only a -1. Okay, he's not you.
Anyway, so IRL, my wisdom's definitely an 8. It used to be a 7, but then I hit middle aged. Okay.
And you think it went up?
Yeah, that's what happens. When you hit
With
35, it goes up by 1. Yeah.
Not everyone.
The truth is, it's now a 7. It just got there.
No, it was a 7. My intelligence is high enough to figure that out. Moving on. So,
yeah.
You guys are so eventually, Wade, you go and you speak to Khalid. There's no RP that need to happen.
I will tell them I didn't have sex with Layla, whether it's unprompted.
So you literally show up and like the first thing
I
you
tell them
say,
the important news. Then like as we go to leave, I'll be like, by the way, I did not have sex with Layla. That was a lie.
Roll a sense motive. He just seems taken aback by the sudden blurting that out, and then says, "Okay,
great. Just wanted to make sure that. Well, it's not important, but it's kind of important because, well, I have some standards. Anyway,
is this where you roll a bluff check for having standards, or
some? He's the hero of Loshev now.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he is. Yeah,
who got distracted that evening in the bar?
There's no bluff check.
Which evening?
I don't need to bluff.
Moving on. So you eventually return. He comes down, or comes into the not downstairs. He comes back into the room at some point. He's got his armor and everything on him, full constable attire, and he'll come out and like everybody's collected, and he's like, "All right, Khalid, it's going to be your responsibility to go head down to the docks and have a bit of a conversation. Just ask her to come in, and I'll handle anything from there. So you're just going to ask her to join with me. The three of us, we're going to head down to the jail." Because that is, well, like where the actual guard house is, because there's like just a small holding cell, if you will, beneath it, which is the jail. He says, we'll head there together. We already
That's good. Aldo knows that place well. So, like, jokingly, like, jab.
Aldo is
just passed out.
Yeah.
It was in jest. Yes, to the jail we go. I'm assuming that's where Dan is.
Nods. Yes. And he looks to the sky and says, "At least he should still be there."
Let's hope no one tipped him off.
All right. Well,
buzzer.
He does look to Khalid and say, "You don't think you need," and he shakes his head. No. Nods and says, I think it'd be a little improprietary if we were to send anybody with you anyways. So, thank you. And Cleed will walk out the door and head over towards the dock area, as previously discussed. And the constable will walk out with the other 5 of you to head towards where the guardhouse is. Were you saying something, Wade?
No, Koa just looks a bit like he's thinking to himself, like this whole thing about pursuing Sally, whatever her actual name was. He's like, Koa's like, I really don't remember her coming up a whole lot other than what Aldo had to say, so he must know more than I thought.
Yep. And I did roll my sense motive. My natural was an 11, and he got an 18 total, so he beat me. I don't have a.
We all think that he's telling the truth. We're like, damn.
Oh.
Maybe Mikhail doesn't, but Koa's kind of like, I remember that name coming up, but then again, it's been a long journey.
Cool. So you guys head over to the guardhouse with him, and when you go in, obviously he goes in, and there's only 2 guards are here. One that's like manning the upstairs, and then there's the basement area where there's actually like a small, holding jail, if you will. And so for the person upstairs, he'll tell them, look after these 2. Referencing the 2 prisoners that you brought with him. And then he stops for a second, looks over his shoulder, and says, actually keep an eye on the 3 of them. And then says, Mikhail, Koa with me. And goes to head downstairs.
Right.
Does Aldo say anything? Or
Aldo's asleep again.
Yeah. It's one of those, like, he said it because you were, like, leaning up against, like, in the doorway, just kind of, like, swaying. And so, he heads downstairs with the 2 of you. And so,
as we're going down,
are we at the jail?
Yeah. At the guardhouse, yeah.
Oh, if we're at the jail now, we'll just, he's found somewhere and he's just leaning against it. He's passed out again.
Yeah. And so, sorry, Koa on the way down.
Just build up to get Dan, and Aldo's like, Koa will say, like, must be something about Loshev, because honestly, he was a bit more useful on the trek than he has been since we've returned.
I think he's just wiped out.
That knock to the head might have done more damage than we thought, too.
Definitely.
He'll stop
did something.
Like before opening the door that opens up into the where you're going down there, and he'll turn back to you and say, "No, this is how he was around town before he left with you. You're saying that he was helpful, means either you're being kind, or he knows how to pull it together when it's necessary." I'm
must be
inclined
that
to
one,
believe
because
the
it took him
former.
a couple of days to show any kind of competence, but he was a hell of a shot. I mean, very precise with that crossbow.
True.
You know what they say about Galderia? Shrugs.
Oh, is that what he was speaking?
After we start moving again, Koa will turn to Mikhail. What do they say about Galderia?
Would I know?
Yeah, Galdarians are known for marksmen.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is apparently all of them are good shots. See, I thought I knew all the curse words. I didn't place those ones he said. Now I get it.
Oh, right.
Cool.
Koa's still a bit like, he understands what you were saying about the Galdarian saying, but the rest of he's like, curse words, okay.
I remember him cursing in Galdarian for some reason. I don't remember why. It's just that it happened.
So he
heard that.
He unlocks the door, and as he's pushing it open with one hand, he gives a gesture for you to wait there with his other hand. And he opens the door, and he goes walking in. And he walks in, he takes like 3 or 4 steps in, but then his like 4th or 5th step is kind of like a bit of a heavy step, like almost like a half stomp. And you hear a couple moments after that a slamming noise, kind of like 2 legs of a chair coming down hard, and a constable. As you hear a voice kind of like surprise chime in. Yeah. Surprised to see you this evening. And he says,
Still listening, just gonna stand up for a second.
Yeah, cool. He says, surprised to see me, or surprised to me, or you're surprised I'm catching you napping again. And There's like a pause, and he goes, "No, I just thought you were down for the evening." And he's like, "So that gave you the authority to take a nap?" And he's like, "No, no, no, no." And there's like a moment where you can like hear nothing, but it grows silent. So you imagine he's maybe like waving away what he was going to say next. And he's like, "Listen, that's not why I'm here. You napping on the job is a different problem to deal with. I have a pointed question to ask you. Where's Layla?" And there's like a pause again, and then you hear a bit of a stammering. And he goes, I don't know. She's been gone for a couple of days. You know, like you'd like to know, but." And he goes, "Where do you think Layla is?" He goes, I know I'd like to believe where she isn't. You know, the rumors that are out there. But I know Layla. She wouldn't do that, right? She wouldn't do
Koa
that.
looks to Mikhail and shakes his head like, I didn't.
He says, "So Layla being gone, you have nothing to do with it." Constable, I don't even know what you're trying to accuse. You think I would hurt Layla? And he's like, "That's not exactly what I said, but I'm glad to see your reaction. So where do you think Layla would be if the rumors aren't true?" "I don't know. Maybe went to visit friends in Forvin? Does she have any friends in Forvin that you know of?" "I don't know everything about who she knows. You've been seeing each other for years." Why the sudden interest in my significant other, Constable?" "I'm curious if you have any reason to believe that she would have gone into the woods beyond what the rumors have suggested." "No reason that I can imagine or think of. Why are you bringing this up now?" "Is there a reason why you have asked some of your fellow guards to stay posted up on the bridge heading across the river? Longer than previous pause this time?" "Constable, what are you getting at?" He's like, "Will you two please join me?"
Yep. Step forward.
The two of you come walking in. And he looks over, looks at the two of you. His face is like shocked. Like, "Oh shit." Then looks at the constable. Then looks at the two of you. Looks at the constable and says, "Fuck, she did run off with him, didn't she? Gah!" And he starts like stomping around and being like all sorts of pissy. Roll sense motive.
Do we need to?
You do.
Okay.
I'm going to roll a good one of these eventually.
I know
I
Steve.
refreshed again, sorry.
Cavalier and crossbows make you miss Vance, don't
There we
you?
go.
Don't they? There you go. So, Koa, you can see that he's pretty pissy. You know what you believe to be the truth, but that doesn't necessarily mean like there isn't some degree of the rumor to it or whatever it is. So you believe that he's playing this up. You know what I mean? You believe that that's the case, but honestly, it's a pretty convincing performance. Maybe everything you've heard about this guy isn't 100% true. You're still going to follow the facts. You're not being hoodwinked. But it does give you a slight pause.
I mean, I could see why you'd believe it.
Mikhail. Excuse me, I got a tickle. Mikhail, you 100% are watching this like you know how when like a 6-year-old throws like a pointed temper tantrum, like you know for a fact that it's completely fake. Alligator tears the whole way. Like you are watching alligator tears happen right now. You know what I mean? And it is so plain and obvious to you. You're like, this motherfucker. I don't know how either of you choose to react before I continue, if at all.
I could understand why everyone would think that, Layla would want to sleep with me, but I assure you that hasn't happened.
Thanks.
Don't worry, he knows. Whenever you're done, Dan, it's probably not your best performance.
Oh, yes. Yes, we're on to you, Dan.
He said best performance. He goes,
Yeah.
fuck you. Talk to me that way. And he, like, immediately flipping to anger and being offended and taking an aggressive step forward, like taking steps forward. To which the constable takes, like, of course, a step in his way and holds a hand up. But again, it's not fast, not ultra aggressive. It's one of those going through the motions kind of things. I'm sorry, Koa.
Constable, if you don't mind me asking a question as well.
He will step back and say, well, this is your investigation.
Dan, can you just tell me whenever you gave Layla this map that led, he'll like hold up the map that led to this death trap here, what did you know about this place that you were sending them off to die?
I didn't give Layla a death trap map. What are they talking about? Where's Layla? Is Layla okay? Wait, Layla got sent to a death trap?
Yeah, Dan, but you already know that. We've already talked to her. You can drop the act.
He goes, no, this can't be. And like
Honeysuckle.
He's you say honeysuckle, and he looks at you, and he's like, and then he looks at Koa, like with an accusatory look at Koa, and he's like, you. And then the constable holds up a hand and he goes, hold on. And he turns around over his shoulder, projects pretty loudly up the stairs. Send Layla down. And again, the look on his face of just like sheer horror. Like, oh shit. And
I still
Do I
have
get
not
woken up
seen
by
the
that?
honeysuckle.
Yeah.
I swear, I'm gonna head down with her.
you go to head down with her, and the guard that's upstairs will say, hey, he didn't say you. But do you just like keep going?
I just keep going.
And so like he's gonna like follow after you, like, hey, hold on. Do you say anything to him, or?
I put my hand up and I say, shh.
Can I get a diplomacy on that?
Yeah.
I would also
I'll
like
end
to
up in
like
jail
kind
again.
of shout back up the stairs. Just, can you wake Aldo? He'd like to see this.
Yeah, I'll accept the shh.
Thank you.
He like stops and he looks back over his shoulder and he looks down at you and he looks like he's gonna take a step forward, but he looks over his shoulder and goes, hey! And he like runs back up the stairs, seemingly going to maybe stop Yasser from leaving. And you say your line or whatever it is, and you say Aldo, and when you say Aldo, his eyes then go to you like wider and then narrow, and he goes, no, this is all a cockamamie scheme by that drunkard. That's what this is. Like, you know, looking like grasping at whatever straws he can, and he's like shouting about this with uninterrupted by the constable until Layla comes in. And then when Layla comes in, his eyes just dart to her and goes, and you, after all, you cheating on me. Like his tone is off and he seems like hurt, but angry, but totally offbeat. Like it's not convincing at all. Not even to you, Koa.
Dan, go ahead and do us a favor. Can you show us your forearm, please?
He goes, I'll show you a whole lot more than that.
That's a lot less, actually.
She says, in more way than one. Like looking at him like pissed.
Right. Less importantly, but first of all, Layla and I have not been sleeping together. Just want to quash that. Second of all, Mikhail, why don't you take it from here?
Sorry, my water ran out. Now I'm dying. What's up, Mikhail?
I do.
Yeah, not running out. Well, actually, wait. Does the constable say anything when he brings Layla down?
Not yet. He's watching the whole situation play out. He's watching Dan the whole time.
Yeah. Then he'll just say, as I said before, we've already discussed this. You're wasting your breath and your talent if you were hoping to be an actor. None of this is convincing. You may as well come clean.
Me come clean? You're the one running off gallivanting with the town drunk. I'm as clean as it can be. I'm one of the guards here.
Then the town drunk outsmarted you? Is that what you're saying?
When you say that, he looks at you because like you definitely turn the words on him, and you can see his brain, the gears turning. Like he's trying to get a comeback, but like he just can't. And so he says, "I'm innocent here." After like way too long of a pause.
Oh, so here's what innocent people do. I'll like pull my sleeves back to show my forearms. All the innocent people can do this with no issues.
And he goes, you say when you say he goes, you can't exactly roll leather.
Do your best.
There are ways of removing it for the moment.
The constable says, "You've been asked twice. Don't make us ask a third time." Or so he says, "Don't make it a third," or whatever. And he looks at the constable and he's like, "The impropriety here. Are you seriously having these out-of-towners? These..." Koa, grab him.
Oh, gladly.
Can you make me a CMB, please, Wade? Hey! You go up to the guy and he's like, hey! And he tries to like pull away and throw a hook at you at the same time. But you easily like, lean back out of the way of the hook, and tired as you are easily able to kind of like grab him just in the crook of his arm. And he struggles a bit, and it's not super clean or smooth because he does struggle a bit and try to wire away. But eventually you just overpower him. You know, it's not like he's in terrible shape, but he's not in the 18-year-old Adonis shape that you're shaping up to be. You know what I mean? And so you grab him and are able to detain him well enough that the constable steps forward and says, "Hold him still for me for a moment." And we'll go over and we'll actually draw out a knife. And drawing out the knife, he goes up and he cuts with a, it's not super precise. Hopefully he doesn't nick the guy's arm. But he slices open enough by the seam of his shoulder to like really split it open. And then, puts the knife away, grabs it, and with like a bit of tugging. And then I imagine Koa will position him to help in a way.
Oh, yeah.
Is able to rip off one of the sleeves for the thing. Because you had said, forearm, whatever, da-da-da. And then when that happens, he'll go over and grab the arm and turn it over and look at it. And you see one of the whiplashes, like one of the whips tattoos on his forearm.
Is it just a single one again?
Single one, yep.
The same marking.
Aldo just goes, "Ooh, Dan, you in trouble."
I was about to ask what Aldo was doing. He's got to be enjoying this.
And so he's like, "What? No, that I don't even know when I think I was drunk when I got that."
Isn't it crazy how I have a drawing of an arm with the same exact marking? You know whose arm this was? Samir, the man who killed Phil.
He's like, I don't even know Phil, which is at this point such an obvious blatant lie, but he's struggling so hard he doesn't even have his lies straight at the moment.
Well, Phil's dead
man.
now, so I suppose that is technically true. But you didn't claim to not know Samir, the man that perhaps you hired to kill him. Or at least were planning to profit off of.
Aldo, could you do me a favor? Could you please grab Dan's keys and open the cell for him? And he's like looking at Dan as he says this. Yeah.
Yeah, I can go up and I'm gonna take his keys and open the cell.
Koa?
Gently or with some vigor?
He just gives you like a knowing look, and then he turns away as he hears footsteps coming down the stairs.
Dealer's choice. Let me get out of the way.
In you go, and I will heave him in.
So you like throw him in there, you shove him in. It rattles against the thing, and then I imagine you shut and lock the door, Aldo.
I do.
Did we disarm him first? He doesn't have like a sword or anything on him?
He actually does still have a sword on him.
Yeah, I would, before we lock the door, I would want to go remove the sword from him.
Oh, sure. So you step up, grab the sword off of him as he crumbles to the ground, and then and step out. And so as you're shutting the gate or whatever it is, Mikhail's attention, who's able to be turned away, because he's coming down the stairs, and you see Khalid and a female guard come walking in. And they come walking in, and they look a little perplexed, him far less so than her, as she's assessing the situation, and then sees him inside there, and is looking around, and she's like, "Sir?" And he goes, Sasser, I have a couple of questions for you. And she's like, what about? And he says, you see, I have to ask her. It was her! She masterminded the entire thing! She was the one that put me up to it! He says, pointing at her. And she like looks shocked, like confused.
Can we sense motive
to him.
that?
Absolutely.
Okay, sure.
Wow,
my
it's a
God.
pretty sword.
She was involved.
Fuck.
Aldo, you were right the whole time.
Oh no, Mikhail, it's down to
Well,
you.
Yeah, hey, it's pretty good. This is pretty good. Showed up right.
Best you can hope for a level 0.
Mikhail, you're watching this and you're like, at least your opinion seems like he's up to more scheming because he's just so sloppy, like so bad at storytelling, if you will. But if it came down to a vote later on, you might be outvoted. Anyways, moving on. He says, let's discuss this upstairs. Like now sternly. More meant towards Dan behind him, but unfortunately directed at her in front of him. And she's just kind of like, yes, sir. And then turns and starts walking up the stairs. And Khalid is like points like at her and then turns and then goes to walk with her and puts a hand under like into the crook of her elbow. And like for those that can kind of like catch sight of it, you see her look like now angry and concerned at the fact that he's guiding her up the stairs after what just happened.
Should we lock the cell?
He says, please, and without turning around and walks up the stairs.
Do I need a key to do that?
For what it's worth,
Aldo has
him pointing his finger at her is actually kind
okay.
of a ringing endorsement for her innocence.
Koa will try to hand the guard sword either to the constable or to Khalid, one of those two.
Wait, you what?
I hand them the sword I took off of Dan.
Oh, okay, yeah. You
He doesn't really want to be
Leave it
like,
upstairs,
the constable's pissed, and the last thing he wants to do is be seen like carrying a guard sword right now, so he's like, Dan's.
Yeah, when you go upstairs, you just put it on like the desk.
Stab it in.
Yeah. Or give it to the guard that's up there or whatever. So I assume Mikhail and Koa are going upstairs with a constable to speak to Sasser.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, good.
Aldo?
Yeah, so we're going upstairs, right?
Are you going upstairs?
Are you?
I asked Mikhail actually, I'm like, can I borrow your loot at all?
It's kind of sentimental.
How sentimental.
Very.
I'm very good at playing the loot.
There's like an obvious long pause, and he just says, "Just be careful with it, please."
I'm very good at playing the loot.
He probably doesn't believe you anyway. He just doesn't want you to break it.
He goes, I'll be up in a minute.
Hands
He
it to
believes you,
He
but he
says,
also just watched you drink witch hazel.
That's true. But he's just be careful with it, please.
Yeah. Okay. As you shut the door, you've noticed it's already started. There's like really bad loot playing, and Aldo's singing. He's like, "Oh, Dan, Dan, you've been caught again. You're not the man, Dan."
So if you could choose to take a 20, are you choosing to take a 1?
It's definitely. Look, it's just. If I asked you to pick up a loot and play, that's what it is.
You don't know
Oh my fucking god!
I don't know that.
Mikhail is like holding in laughter, even though he's like, "I'm gonna have to restring it."
Oh my god!
Koa will just look at. He said he was good, right?
Yeah, he said that. I'm sure Mother will forgive me. It's a pretty good use.
Is she here?
No.
Oh. You tell your mother whenever the people play your instrument.
It was her loot.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
apologize.
No worries.
It's a fair use for it, right? Onto the man who sent you in the woods to nearly die, right?
I think she'd appreciate it. Dan, you've been caught again.
I know.
He just said it on his way up.
It's legitimately catchy. Dan, you think you're the man? Like, come
We
on.
kind of like hear him through the ground. We're like tapping our feet a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
he's not good, but like
He's saying it bad, but it's still like a catchy song.
Listen, I've heard lots of tavern songs over my time, all right?
Like, now I want
Put
Jake
them
to
to
work
good
with
use.
Joey and like actually come up like compose this shit, you know? Oh, you very.
next time we do one of these, we'll have the background music be that song.
It's Josiah, isn't it? Doesn't Josiah compose music? Isn't that what he used to do? Didn't he used to like make jingles or something like that for work? Am I crazy? Is it Dungeon Dad? Doxy's
I don't know.
SO.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know who you're talking about, but I don't know if that's a thing he does.
Oh my god, I thought that's what he used to do before he went full time YouTube. I'm
That
correct.
says you're right.
Oh my god,
Oh, nice.
Jake needs to work with Josiah. You get J and J on this shit. Oh my god.
Oh, that's
That
Nice.
you gotta make a Dan the man. Dan with
Mikhail,
his
perhaps
darkest plan.
you should take note of some of these lyrics over here.
It's gonna be just a terrible song, only like a minute long, but on loop. You know, like
This is going to be great because at the end of this, when Dan is all said and done, we're going to be in the tavern and Mikhail's going to be playing it and the whole tavern will be singing the lyrics. It'll be fun.
It's
This is like Scotty doesn't know from Eurotrip. The same fucking song.
oh, that's funny.
this campaign's not like us.
We'll be going to other nations. We'll hear variations of like Dan.
I was gonna say, or what was the in Name of the Wind? What was the song? Was it Jackass or something like that?
Something like that. God, I haven't
Because
read
the
it in
noble's
so
name was
long.
Jackass, and so they wrote a
Yeah.
song called Jackass or something about a donkey.
Yeah, it was something
Yeah.
really close. If it wasn't that, it was something really close.
Yeah, so funny.
And it's like he can't get away from it because it's in every tavern.
Yeah.
Like every theater. Yeah.
I think because I think the family name is Jackass, and so it's Jackass was the song or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Anyways, but be careful if you compose a song about somebody. What happens to the lute that plays it?
Yeah.
The reason why that book is called Name of the Wind. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. Moving on. So all right. So the where were we? You guys go up the stairs, and because you guys took a bit of a pause, if you will, and then you went up the stairs, and you see that he's already kind of like leveled with her. He's probably already said a few words, and you missed the first words, and then he says, you walk into him saying, "There's a considerable amount of accusation around it, so I will ask you only once. You have, in recent weeks, consistently requested to work at the docks. Consistently. Every shift to work late night at the docks. I want you to tell me now exactly why you specifically want that shift every time you work." And there's like, you can see that she's like, looks concerned. And it's again, like looking about like, oh shit. And then she's like, fine. I'm sorry. There's, sometimes shipments will come through and the dock workers, they will toss me a couple extra pennies here and there to look past things coming in. I don't know exactly what it is they're bringing in, but I think it's Keef. And he narrows his eyes at her and takes a step forward and says, "Keef. Just Keef." And she nods and says, "I know for a fact it's Keef."
Koa behind her will like point to his forearm, like kind of like looking at the constable, like.
Yeah, as you like make your way around her while she's talking, she says, "Sometimes I take the Keef as payment." And he says, "Roll up your sleeves. It's hard to do with liver. Then remove them. He says, like, not in a mood to be playing. And so she, stops and like removes her, like, the top of her armor. Obviously she has undergarments on. The top of her armor. Removes it. Show me your lily pad. No, what was it?
Show me your honeysuckle.
Honeysuckle. Lilac.
There
Anyways.
Hey, Aldo's on it.
Anyway, so she removes like the top of her armor and rolls up the sleeves of her, like the padding that you would wear underneath to make the leather more comfortable and to give you extra armor. As she rolls up the sleeves, and you can see there are no markings, tattoos, or anything like that that are there. And he says, "So you've been taking bribes for Keith coming into Loshev, and even taking Keith as a bribe?" And she nods and says, "I'm sorry. She goes to draw her sword. You can see there's tension, but literally only from the other guard inside the place. Everybody else here understands what she's doing. And like he grabs and half draws his sword. But it's like, bro. And she slowly draws out her sword. And she hands it to him and says, "I will renounce my position and submit myself to incarceration for this. I'm sorry." And he looks at her like really pissed and says, and takes like a step forward, like puts a hand on the hilt or whatever of her blade, and says, "If I ever see, hear, catch even the slightest rumor of this continuing to happen, if I even catch a whiff of Keith in the vicinity that you are walking through, you are done. Go home. You're relieved of duty tonight." And she like looks surprised and appreciative and nods, and then turns and leaves the
Aldo walks back in at this time too, by the way.
Yeah.
Just in time to see her leaving.
Perhaps she could have told you who exactly was smuggling it in. Not a problem for tonight. But Dan is detained, and now we have this breadcrumb of tattoos.
He nods, says, "Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for me. We have our who's behind this, at least as far as we know so far. Anything that goes on with Dan at this point, beyond interrogations that I will take care of, it must go through the council. They will have to weigh their judgment."
Oh, God. Well, he may die of boredom waiting on that.
They may just let him go. He's about on par for the rulership here. I think I've done more than for Loshev than they've done in the last 30 years.
He will look at you and kind of, he's not in a good mood, clearly, with everything that's just happened. And while he doesn't believe that she was at all involved in anything that Dan was doing, finding out that even another one of his guards were participating in some sort of, corrupt behavior, he's just not in a good mood. So he gives you a look that more or less just says, "Fucking try me right now." And and instead of saying something like that, he gives you a look. It lasts for a couple piercing seconds. And then he says, "You've done your job. You're dismissed."
I'm free now?
"Yes.
You have that authority?"
I'll inform the council. You're...
Salutes him and walks out the door.
Okay. And shakes his... He like
"Oh,
watches
Dan!
after...
Dan, you've been caught again! Oh, Dan!"
You should get that loot back sooner rather than later.
I would have definitely tried to get it before you left.
Yeah, he gave it to you. He was singing a cappella.
Yeah. Acapella means that the tune is ever-evolving.
Which makes sense with his exhaustion and consumption.
Anyways, so he watches after him as he walks out the door. Like, but it's not like he's angry at Aldo specifically. Like, Aldo's persona annoys the shit out of him, but it's everything. He wouldn't normally like snap towards Aldo.
Are Layla and Yasir up here with us too now?
Layla actually stayed downstairs for the whole Dan thing before, and nobody's seen her come upstairs yet. So he turns his attention to the two of you.
Poe was like already turning to go down there.
And then you say, "Go ahead."
Layla didn't come up. But Aldo was down there that whole time, so he's assuming it's only been a moment, so he's hurrying down there.
You guys go down with to go down. Were you saying you like hurry down ahead of the constable?
Yeah, like I say that to him, and I'm already hurrying down to like make sure nothing happens.
You open the door to see. Everybody hears, "I said fuck you, Dan!" But you open the door to see. She has a crossbow in her hands with the edge of it through the actual jail bars, aimed at him, and her like the thing is trembling in her hands. Wade, if you want to interject, you can make a reflex save to try to run across the room to try to get it out of her hands or do something before she pulls the trigger.
Can I say something?
I was going to yell too, but
what was that, Wade?
I said I was going to yell. Reflex save was your idea,
welcome to yell. You're welcome to yell as you make your thing. He's welcome to yell, but reflex was to physically interact.
Yeah. Layla, drop it before we drop you.
You say that as you rush across. Go ahead, Mikhail, but you would yell at the same time.
I just yell, "You're not a murderer."
So you drop it before we drop you. You're not a murderer, kind of at the same time. And unfortunately, like she's just so furious with everything that's just happened and the additional taunting from Aldo and whatnot downstairs. The fact that he literally led her to die. And who knows what words they exchanged since Aldo went upstairs and everything else that took place.
But she's proven she has a good survival instinct and does not want to die. And she's very scared of me.
That's true as that may be.
Where's my roll, man? I never get to roll.
Yeah, come on.
Shit.
I didn't get to roll anything yet.
I will
either.
give you.
He's got one.
I will give you your intimidate, but mind you, you don't get the bonus this time. Okay, so you currently have remove the 1 from your rank because it's not supposed to be there yet.
Oh, that's right.
And that should modify the whole thing down to I think flat. And you can roll your intimidate.
Sure.
Good luck. You say that as you rush across, so on and so forth. But unfortunately, as you place your hand on her, maybe it's the jostling of you on there. Maybe you were just too late. That's for the gods to decide. In the end, her hands squeezes the trigger. The bolt is let loose.
Make an attack roll.
Catches him. He's helpless. She has a +8 to the roll.
Okay.
It's just a not.
It's a heavy crossbow. Right. She spent the time winding.
She still has armor on too.
I rolled a natural 3.
Yeah.
But yeah,
natural
so she hits it. Like again, he's a helpless target inside, like literally fish in a barrel. So I rolled a natural 3, by the way. I was like, oh, okay. Anyway, so she hits him with the crossbow. Hits the guy in the chest. It's a light crossbow. I'll go ahead and roll the damage, which is D8. If I can get this out of my little thing here. Okay. That's a 7. Yeah, it hits him in the chest.
No proficiency?
Well, that's still 7. Again, fish in a barrel, guys. It's unless you rolled a natty 1, you're not missing with this, right? It's effectively a coup de grace. But either way, not a critical hit. So she takes the shot, hits 7 points of damage. So it's kind of like, and you can see like his consciousness fading as that happens. And as you guys like say your things and rush forward, him running forward, Mikhail, I imagine like skipping ahead as best as he can. Of course, now the constable is like right behind you, also comes rushing in as well. And he goes over and he's like, "Fuck, no, we gotta save him!" And then goes over and then goes to the bars and starts trying to like, "The keys! Where's the keys?"
Yeah, Aldo has them. So I would have already been running back upstairs. Because I was having that thought of, fuck, Aldo has those keys.
There's got to be more than one set of keys to open these jail cells.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I'd be running
down
up
the street.
There is not one key to this cell that exists.
Swinging those keys around on his finger.
I would be asking the guard at the top for his fucking keys. Because there's no way that's the only set of keys.
This was all just a part of your plan. So
Aldo has left the campaign. He's done his part. Thank you, Jake, for joining us.
Next cast
Cuts to us, we're all screaming. Cuts to him, there's credits rolling. Just
the character's too good to last this long, Anyway, so So yeah, you go upstairs, you start yelling at the guard, keys, like trying to get it from him. It takes him a few extra moments to realize what the fuck you're even asking.
Someone's been shot.
And he finally fumbles, goes to get you the keys. They spill out of his hands onto the floor. He reaches to get them, but obviously you're quicker than him and his incompetence, and you reach down and snatch them up first. And you turn and you run down the stairs trying to get there. The whole time, his chest seems like it's stopping to move. Eventually you run down there, you run over with the keys, open the lock, and whip open the door. What do you guys want to do to... Because obviously the constable has gone over to her and ripped the crossbow out of her hands, at this point, if Koa didn't already. Ripped the crossbow out of her hands and is, put her to the side and is slapping manacles on her because he has to detain her. Can't handle the dying person in the cell, but there's not even a way in. Koa, Mikhail, what is your plan now that you have the door open?
Try to stabilize him with our
Try to stabilize the guy. Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Who wants to do the role?
Well, we're assisting one, right?
Yeah.
Neither of you are proficient, so neither of you can
lead.
assist.
Oh.
Does anyone have a healing potion?
I don't.
I personally don't think if
And
I had a healing potion, I definitely wouldn't be helping Dan.
And we haven't
Important
leveled
to keep
yet.
him alive, isn't it?
You can cock and shoot a crossbow with your hands tied.
Yeah.
Crossbows are designed to be extremely simple. Literally, the crossbow
So
was
is
invented.
Aldo just down there
so that
playing
anybody
while
can shoot
Layla's
it.
loading the crossbow, with her hands tied? He's like,
Who knows?
God,
I
I
guess we'll
pull
never
out
know.
the fucking healing potion.
You really gonna waste his healing potion on Dan? Just saying.
Constable said it's important that he stays alive.
You better ask for reimbursement. You're down 8 gold.
Yeah,
You don't
I
have
know.
to do it.
He's gonna look and be like, "This looks worse than the one Aldo failed at." God, we use the fucking healing potion.
Okay.
I'd be over there trying to stabilize him because Mikhail probably doesn't even remember about the healing potion.
I hate that
I don't
I've
know if he
got
actually
two
knew
healing
about the extra
potions and I've
ones.
used them both fucking stupidly.
So you go over and you're going to use the healing potion rather than roll a heal check, yeah?
Scott, have you seen my rolls tonight?
I just want to confirm. Please confirm it for me.
I'm more likely to kill him myself than stabilize him if I try.
Can I get that confirmation?
I'm using the healing potion.
You automatically stabilize him. Want to roll the potion's healing?
Yeah, I don't see the thing for it though.
Oh, is it click your mini, and you'll find it in the top left-hand corner.
Oh, that's right.
It also should be a macro for you as well.
Token action. So yeah, select your token. It'll pop up in the top left of your screen. Yeah.
Oh!
That was the good one.
You rip out the crossbow bolt and pour the potion into the wound, and it fully heals the wound. Fully heals the wound. That is a max heal.
Good healing potion.
Yeah, and it was on Dan.
On Dan.
This is the second time I've had to use one of these stupidly. He turns to Layla just fucking fire in his eyes, just pissed.
So the constable is looks at the fact that he pulled this out and we're able to heal him, and look at you and says, "Thank you. Thank you."
This was from Phil's family, as was the other one.
No. Oh, they don't deserve that. Is Dan conscious?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll tell you whatever you need to know.
Where can I get 10 gold to make up for what I just spent to save your life?
Yeah. I'll tell you where I keep my cut.
Oh, actually? He'll look to the constable like...
The
we can use that, right? We can take that info?
the constable, that would be evidence, he says, still kind of shocked at the scenario.
Fuck.
Do you mind just giving us a few minutes to ask him some questions?
He,
so
he
suspicious right after that.
no, he nods
Yep.
and says, "I think we all have questions to ask, but hold on." He looks to Mikhail and sorry, he calls to the guard upstairs to come and collect Layla, and to bring her up there, and informs that she cannot be trusted in the cell with Dan, and brings her upstairs.
Oh, she can't be trusted at all.
Dude, the breakup sex would have been phenomenal with how good we know Dan is.
Well, we know that he usually does the poking, and she returned the favor. So either way, the she brings toys to the bedroom. Oh, so she ripped him a new one. Oh, so
I hope none of them were fucking crossbow bolts before.
They broke each other's hearts.
So she gets let out by the other guard, and the door's shut, and he says, "I have questions, but the two of you have more than earns the right to ask first."
Thank you.
Does he like walk away or does he stay around?
No, he's staying there.
Well, spill everything. And if you don't spill something we particularly want to know, we'll prod specifically. But the less you leave out, the better for you.
Yeah.
He looks like he wants to give answers, but I won't lie. Just like, you don't even need to roll a sense motive. You can kind of just like see this on him. He just effectively died and came back to life. He doesn't have all of his senses about him to just rattle on in a super coherent or cohesive way. Like, he's not going to build the story the right way. You realize this after he starts kind of like rambling for like a minute or two. Like, okay, maybe we should add more direction to what it is that he's trying to say, because like he is it's not that he doesn't have his mind. It's that he's so rattled at the moment he's off kilter.
Yeah.
Okay, enough. Start at the beginning. When did you become corrupt? Who swayed you?
I mean, what do you mean by that?
The tattoo.
Or let's get a little bit more material. Where is your cut? Where do you keep it?
Yeah,
That is also important for evidence.
in one of the dockyards. There's
Does it have?
in one of the dockyards. There's over where the ships are fixed. One of the posts that the dock is anchored to. It looks whole, but it's hollow. It's got a false outside to it. I keep it there in case I ever have to leave quick.
Writes that.
Any
down.
other stashes around town we should know about or outside of it?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, outside of town. You cross the bridge.
I was
You just-
pulling out his pen and paper or like whatever.
Yeah,
pen and paper
I'm
and
writing
already
stuff
put
too.
down.
You cross the bridge, head a bit north from the other side. There's a good fishing spot over near there. Anyway, over by where that fishing spot is, you find a log. Good amount of mushrooms grow off of it. Over by that log, it's where I keep. It's inside some good containers. That's where I keep a good amount of keef.
Oh, the thief again. He'll say, looking over to the constable.
What's the last
Anything
thing you got
else?
paid for?
He opens his mouth like he doesn't want to answer, but even the slightest bit of prodding or even just like a clearing of the throat is enough to get him to keep going. Off the last catch that was made.
Catch.
Elaborate.
Specific.
You can see he's like growing anxious, and he says, one of the crew came by. They found a couple of people traveling this way from Malta, and we were able to they were able to grab them up in the mountains, and he just kind of like lets that trail off unless you prod it even more.
So when Samir and Malik were attacking, and Samir killed Phil, and Malik said to his daughter, "You'll fetch a pretty price." You're a part of that too.
Pause. And then nods. Yeah.
Mikhail, continue for a moment. I'm going to step away so I don't bash this man's skull in.
Can you take this with you? I hand you my rapier, still sheathed. Easier to remove the temptation, right?
Constable will turn the now unloaded crossbow over in his hand. He's like gesturing towards, all right.
Yep.
Still, you guys get show unless you want him to take over.
Okay. He'll say, oh fuck, I forgot his name. Yeah. Where's Gemsmith's son?
Don't know.
You weren't a part of that?
All right. I don't know, but I can guess.
All right. Guess.
Outside of Hod Gwen, there's a place where we keep goods held up.
People. You're talking about people.
Trading.
Go back to writing.
You sent this from outside the bar still. He's not even looking at him. You sent Layla, Samir, the other two, Yasir, and never do remember her name, after their deaths. Who else is a part of this?
In Loshev? Shakes
In
his head.
Loshev, and then anywhere else.
So in Loshev, he shakes his head. No, nobody else is what he means. He says, outside of here, there's a captain. There's a few more of us. I don't know everybody's names. The crew's changed over the years.
Who do you remember?
Captain Tor? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
He wouldn't
When you say Captain Tor, he nods his head, and then you say, who do you remember? And he says, honestly, only 3 others, aside from Captain Tor. Samir was one of them. I work with Samir pretty closely. There's another guy, Deccan. He's the one that dropped off a Maltese. Almost like, why are you correcting yourself right now? But almost like he almost annoyed himself with his own. But either way, so he's a Maltese. But he probably just head back west after this to work the mountain trails. And other than that, well, and he kind of lets it drop off for a few seconds.
How did you begin working with them? Did they approach you?
No, you got it backwards. Working with them is why I'm here.
You were placed here.
He looks at the constable and looks back and nods. You see the constable now looks pissed.
Do you believe this operation to be rather intricate? Are all of the towns here likely infected with scum and villainy like you?
I know that there's people in Forvin. And I know there's people in Hod Gwen. I can't say beyond that.
But you all have the mark. The point to the forearm.
As far as I know, it's 10 of us.
Does the number of lashes indicate rank, or
Only for one.
Captain?
That's why he's got the 9.
Son of a bitch. Captain Tor? I just got it. Okay. He writes another few things down. How do we find this place that you stash people outside of Hod Gwen?
Never been. Just heard of it.
Right.
Well,
Guess
then what have
again.
you heard?
I heard it's outside of Hod Gwen, outside of a cave or something.
Cave or something.
Cave.
It's underground. I know that.
Ooh, fuck. Misspelled all
Fancy
of that.
folk. They come by and make their purchases. But, like, again, I've never seen it. I don't go that way.
Okay, so that's Hod Gwen. Wait. Where else do you stash people? Anywhere around Loshev?
Just temporarily for transportation.
Okay, where?
There's usually when they get brought in, they're they don't make much noise, and they're in crates.
How has Thalindra not smited you yet?
Just looks at you like, I don't know. You know.
It can't be the martyr's mercy. Somebody else is watching out for you, but not here. So I'm gonna need you to answer a little more clearly and a little more quickly.
One of the warehouses here. I want to say they're involved, but they're not. They take payment to not ask questions. You know, a lot of the warehouses, they keep track of what's going into and out of their, you know, areas, but some of them, as long as you pay, they don't ask. They just store. Like I said, they don't make much of a fuss while they're here, and they don't stay long. Certainly no more than a day. Cause problems.
Where were Samir and the others staying in town? Perhaps looking over their quarters will have additional information, especially if Samir was directly involved. Perhaps there's something else there to be found.
Samir and Zara, they don't have a place here. They more woods folk. They come and go, so they grab, you know, inns, taverns, whatever, when they come in town.
Well, clearly Samir's getting paid for something. He has to have a stash somewhere, or he's done something.
That they probably keep wherever they stayed in the woods. Listen, I know Samir, but I don't know Samir. Zara, she pain in the ass. She wasn't involved.
Right, just him. Who was he to you in this organization? Just your contact, a runner? What did he do?
He made deliveries from the road.
What of Malik? Malik was the one who said she'd fetch a pretty price.
Malik was an idiot. Malik was around long enough to catch wind that there was more going on, and he thought that there was like ransoming, like catch people. That's why Wade he technically said you would catch a fancy ransom or a pretty ransom. That's the technical line he used. He thought it was catching nobles and selling them back to their family, and so that's why he thought he was getting involved in, and he got sloppy. In fact, you even heard that. He says like agitated that happens, but then realizing that he's probably showing the wrong emotion in front of the wrong people, and so looks up and goes, but you know, he wasn't technically one of us. He just was trying.
Yes, it's best to dissociate from the idiots.
Yeah.
Did you have any other contacts from your organization here? People you meet with regularly or that you're expecting?
Deliveries aren't exactly regular. That would be a problem.
Are there people in the warehouse now?
No. The Maltese. That happened.
Maltese.
That happened a couple days ago.
Where were they headed?
South
Orvin?
or beyond.
Describe their caravan.
Shakes his head. It's not a caravan. It's too obvious. Somebody might hear you on the road.
How are they moving them?
The river.
He's thinking, and he like
Right.
walks up to say something to the constable, but like holds his tongue for now.
Right. I'm sure the constable will have a lot of questions about the rest of your organization. I really don't want to indulge my curiosity too much, because then I might use this dagger. Like, moves his hand to show that he's got it on him still.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So instead, I'm going to get a little bit more focused here. I'm going to go to Hogwen. I'm going to find Gemsmith's son. And you are going to provide me with information that makes that easier.
Yeah. Fancy folk. Like I said, they come by and do the purchases. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they look like. I don't know names. I don't know if there's regulars. I don't know if they're different every time. But I do know this. When transactions are made, they don't stick around long. They leave. They leave quick. If I were to guess, based off the rumors and whatnot that I heard from the crew, I think they head south. On the road. To the south. To, Meshtes. So, maybe watch for fancy folk coming and going on that road?
How do I know the fancy folk?
He shrugs. They dress nice. They smell better.
No other particular markings like yours?
He shakes his head and says, I don't know. I'm at this end of things. I handle transportation for inbound deliveries. It's more of a logistics role.
I assume
says-
this Captain Tor is the one who knows how the transactions take place. We need to get a hold of him. Put an end to this.
It's in Forvin.
Perhaps he has a list of clients or something.
Cap is, well, I'll tell you this. He knows his way around the blade.
Good. I prefer a fair fight.
He
No, he
looks.
doesn't deserve one.
He looks. A look in his eye suggests it won't be fair.
Koa will think that means that he still thinks Koa is better.
Okay. I think it's all yours, Constable. He gets up. Unless you've got anything else, Koa.
Not at the moment. I'm a bit tired and quite a bit pissed.
He reaches out for the rapier and says, I know the feeling.
Right, and next time you have me disarm you, perhaps. He'll like gesture at the dagger.
To be honest, I kind of forgot it was there.
I suppose worst things come to worst, you would have beat him over the head with a lute.
Never. But I wouldn't spill that potion you used on him.
I don't know why I did it. I shouldn't have.
Constable looks at you and
Because you're
says,
a better person than him.
it was the right choice. If you didn't do that, we wouldn't know what we know. Forvin? Hardgwet? No, listen to me. That means they're in Forvin as well. Which goes to what you had said beforehand, Mikhail. This is evidence. Not just for someone who is the child of a friend of mine, but how many other people? These are Malton people who, I don't know who they are, but this is a fate worse than they deserve. Forvin and Hardgwen. Who knows where else? No, you did the right thing.
I'm just not sure that, well, you and your men are here in Loshev, and, who do we go to? Who do we trust?
Yep.
If they've invaded the guardsmen here and they claim to have a man presumably in the same roles in the other towns, we picked the wrong person, and we're a bit undermanned for this.
He nods. He says, yeah, undermanned. Listen, it's going to take a few days for us to suss this out. Even if I put an order in to expedite the process of seeing a trial for him, to working through this process with the council, it's going to take days. I would ask that you do not leave while we see this through. And he looks at Mikhail, like expecting some sort of protest from Mikhail, and says, I know it's at stake, but the more information that we can have between now and then will be beneficial. And while now I'm undermanned, he says, looking at Dan, and echoing kind of like the point that you were making, Koa, he looks back at you guys and says, Khalid has friends, a good number of them down in Forvin. He spends time down there fairly often. He likes fishing on that lake in his off time. I think I'll ask Khalid. I trust Khalid with my life. I'll send him down there and see if he can find any word. At least get things started while you stay around here and do your part in seeing this through.
One concern I have is, well, I suppose we can find out from him how often these shipments happen, but if they don't get word or a shipment, or if someone smells something, they may try to do what Layla did and put an end to Dan before he can say even more, or they may change up their operation or flee or something else, and these people may never be seen again. If they are worried about us catching them, they may dispose of them. So we need to be quick as well.
He nods. He says, I understand that, but there's no more word that can come out of here. We've got Dan. And he looks at Dan and says, and you're working with nobody else in town. He shakes his head. Not even Sasser? And he shakes his head. He looks back and says, assuming he's telling the truth, then the only word that can leave here is the word that happens from anybody coming through. Looks back and says, you expect anybody to come by anytime soon? He shrugs. Well, I suppose that could be an issue. Their non-patterned, intermitted, rapport with one another means that word could pass through. But it's more likely that we can still stay ahead of this.
That is the goal. I just ask we move swiftly.
He nods. He says, unfortunately, the way that the laws work here in Loshev, if you leave, you can't testify.
But let's hope they can see the council in a quicker manner than I could.
He looks at you with a very painstakingly annoyed, doubtful expression.
Fuck. Just say out loud.
He thinks for a few moments, and he says, there may be one way.
Should we go knock on their doors then? He says, joking.
Oh, that might kill them.
He shakes his head and says, not the doors that you're thinking of at the moment. And again, like I said, he's like rubbing his temple, thinking for a few moments. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to find. Why can't I fucking find you, you fucking piece of shit? Give for me moment. Well, shit be shit. Wait. Sorry, break the RP as I'm trying to find this. Fuck. Almost there. As we're wrapping up the session. Not you. There. One second. Click on you here. Scroll down to here. Just trying to find the... There you go. He looks down, shakes his head, rubs his temple for a moment with his free hand, and looks up and says, you could speak to Nathan. Nathan Fox. He is influential in Loshev. Very influential.
Wait,
Fox?
Fox.
Nods.
We both said at the same time.
Yeah, like look at Kodesh. Ah.
Does he have a very pretty daughter by chance?
I don't think is an unattractive member of his family.
Well, Koa goes from looking a little bit nervous to like, you could tell like an opportunity passed by his eyes for a moment, remembering that rejection. Like, well, if I'm that important. Yes, we will speak to him presumably tomorrow. As far as the stashes we were told about, would you like us to go investigate those?
The what?
Stashes.
He nods and says, yeah, actually. And he turns away from what's his name and like steps away closer to the door with you. And he walks and talks with you and he speaks slowly. He says, yes, if you could do me a favor and go look into those stashes. Open them up, see what's there, and certainly turn in everything.
Of course.
Of course.
I trust honesty in this matter, he says. Like,
is he saying this like? Should I sense motive here? Because it sounds like he's like,
oh, he's pretty
take
obviously
whatever. Don't take anything.
You could definitely sense motive if you want for Koa.
Yeah.
Looking at the wrong one. Yeah, we're here. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong number. Oh, 12. Even Koa gets what he's saying is the correct words, but means beyond that.
Right. We will investigate the contents and leave them there and report them to you in the morning. Yes.
Make sure you bring them by the guardhouse tomorrow.
Retrieve them. Yes.
Please.
Okay.
And you make sure you bring all of it to the guardhouse.
Of course.
And says, maybe he looks like he doesn't want to say his next words. Like he's like chewing on them for an extra moment. Maybe you should invite Aldo as backup. In case there's traps that we're not aware of, he says, looking back.
Right. Seems like a good plan.
He'll turn to Mikhail to the tavern then.
Once we collect our pay?
Oh.
He looks to you and says, unfortunately, I cannot issue that to you now. That will have to come from the council in the morning. And that can be handled in the morning. You've done your job.
Okay.
Very well.
Well, as long as we know to expect it. And, sorry, Captain. Not Constable, not Captain. He says, Constable, now that we're away from Dan, can I speak frankly?
He nods slowly. Like he's still kind of like in his own thoughts because there's a lot of dark shit that he just heard. But go ahead.
Yeah. He goes, I hope you understand I mean no offense by this, but if they placed him here specifically, it means they saw a weakness somewhere. Whether that was just the amount of staff or something they could exploit in certain people. Maybe not yourself, but someone. I'm sure you probably sussed that out already, but it may be important to redouble efforts in making sure everyone involved with hunting this group down is a bit more secure.
I would take offense if it doesn't seem they have every damn town along the river.
Yes, their appointments are quite concerning, but Mikhail's not incorrect, especially with the separate issue of the keef smuggling and such. What we're trying to say is not to condemn you by any means or the town, but if we can offer any assistance to help you clean things up moving forward. It's a bit of a terrible situation we all find ourselves in, I think.
He nods. He says, I appreciate the offer. It's late. There's a lot to process, so I don't know what I can even think to say at this point beyond. I don't know how much more I need you here, and how much more other people might need you in other towns. I hate the fact that
You've
you
got
have
a
to
few
wait.
days.
What?
He just says, "Well, you'll have a few days."
Yeah. He says, a few days. Exactly. I hate the fact that the laws here dictate that if you're not around to testify at the time of the trial, then you cannot testify, and so your evidence cannot be brought forward. Now, sure, it's very possible I can still see him convicted through the evidence that I can get from the other two that you have brought back. Sure.
Search Layla thoroughly. I don't doubt she's already thought of a way to try to break out of any kind of cell or something you put her in. She's a snake.
I will make sure that all of them are adequately secured. My concern, however, is about the Zamultan people.
Yes.
Or anybody else. If they're currently in transit, I mean, Cullen, he says, looking at Mikhail. How many days has it been since that happened, and that already started south of here? He's likely already down in Hod Gwen in this cave. How long is he going to stay there before somebody chooses to collect their, what did he say, goods?
I think you're right. I think we probably should address this on more sleep.
Yeah. I'll speak to Nathan in the morning. If you can convince him to help, he very well may push the council to convene sooner on this matter. Buy us more time. Well, or give us back time, I should say. But please understand, Nathan's not directly a bad man. I don't want to speak ill of his name, first and foremost, because these walls likely have ears that are listening. But secondly, he's not a bad man, but he doesn't do things without adequate payment.
We'll see.
Are you saying he and his family operate more on coin than morals?
He looks at you and says, they more or less own this town.
Right. I will take that as I'll just nod rather than say it out loud after he said people are listening.
Well,
Let us go fetch these stashes and deliver those to you in the morning. Speak with Nathan and rough through a few days, won't it?
one more thing. I was already watching Dan for a few reasons, sleeping on the job. I'm pretty sure he was losing some of the soldiers' equipment. Sorry, some of the guards' equipment, which I thought maybe he was fencing on the side for extra goods, but apparently he was using to equip his crew out in the woods. And she already gave me all that information. But I even recently found a sword held up inside of a shop. I just need to know. I need to know if that shopkeep is involved. And he's so involved that Dan hasn't given it away. Or if that sword found its way there another way.
Do we know that Aldo sold it there? We do, right?
I don't think Koa does. I don't think Koa was there. I don't remember. I know Mikhail knows.
Okay.
Yeah. So then, Mikhail knows. He kind of sighs and just goes, if I just say it got there another way, will that suffice?
He draws a slow breath, blinks slowly, makes eye contact with you, and says, Witch Hazel?
I'm going to blame Dan. Because ultimately, it was still his fault.
Ooh.
Yes.
Nods. He nods slowly, like understanding. and says, I would say warn, because it cannot be overlooked again, but I have a feeling you don't even have that much influence.
What the fuck are you all on about?
The
I'll
docks.
tell you in a bit.
He says to you, the docks.
Right. Let's go do that so we can finally get some rest. I am about to drink the same bottle upstairs.
Yeah. Docs, I want at least one drink before I have to go to bed.
I do not recommend the one upstairs.
I don't know what Aldo's
That
made
wasn't
of.
here. We're not in your house anymore.
Right,
I'm tired.
it's different. It's just like staggering upstairs.
Okay.
But, yeah.
You guys go upstairs. Before we end the session, do you actually go and get Aldo first, or do you just head down to the docks to look for this stash that was mentioned beforehand?
He says traps, and Koa's like,
Yeah.
Well, he says traps.
If he's easy to find, I'll say that.
I will say, like, the whole traps thing, so on and so forth, was because he was, bring Aldo with you. Return everything you find.
oh, I know. But Koa's still kind of like, that's not a bad idea, and better his hands than mine, so what if there are traps?
Well,
he knows that it's doubtful to be there, but he's kind of like,
In that case, if you're going to get Aldo first, it sounds like there's going to be RP involved. And it's already midnight. And I know that
Aldo, come.
Keegan's back is already in pain, and I don't want to push
Yeah,
this
it's starting
anymore.
off.
So this is probably should we stop here then?
2 more
And-
hours. No,
I mean, I'll go 3 more
I
hours.
so would. But it's starting to act
fair.
up.
Yeah, I don't want to put you in pain. So that's why I'm like, if you were just grabbing, that'd be one thing. But no, if there's an RP, this is a good stopping spot.
it's
next
not my
time.
pain. So
I can set the scene for you for when we return. You go to the closest tavern.
curious.
As you walk in, you can hear loud yelling. It seems to only be coming from 2 people. You open the door, and what you see Aldo dancing away, singing a song, and then there's another person, a bigger person, who's louder.
Oh no!
And you hear him turn. He goes, "Sing it, Tony!" And then he casts like a fishing rod, and then starts like reeling Tony in, and Tony shimmying in, singing the song. And that's what you walk into.
Dan
God,
doesn't
your
even know the
exhaustion
words.
made it
He
even
just says
worse.
Dan, Dan, Dan over
Yeah.
and over again. Dan, 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 Dan.
Perfect.
But somewhat to the beat.
Yeah. And that's what we'll close the
That's
session with.
perfect.
That's awesome. Oh, all right.
So what is Mikhail? It is catchy.
Yeah. Mikhail's already
Catchy?
planning to try to actually write a song, like fully write a song out and compose for it. But
Okay.
we'll see. It might be terrible.
Last week I didn't get the session up because it was part 1. So this week, with it being part 2 of Dan's Darkest Secrets, I'll get both sessions up on YouTube and everything. This week, finishing out the it was like a to be continued, so I held off. So I'll have them both put up now for this one, and we'll be good to go. So thank you guys so much for coming by and helping out. I want to say, I mean, her shooting him and Wade willing to use, and the fact that he rolled so well on the, like, it was an auto pass. You got the end, like that was, you murdered the guy into agreeing, like
You have taken everything from me and fatigued me every fucking session. You're the worst.
if it makes you
Dude,
feel any
at
better.
least,
I don't. No matter what you say, I do not feel any better.
Keegan,
I was gonna say, at least the potion actually got us something this time.
both times.
Mm-hmm.
It saved their lives both
lived.
times.
Yasir lived, man.
I know it saved lives, but it felt like it had a better payoff this time.
Oh, sure. It's just because Yasir was just an idiot. But
Yeah. Unless he
anyways.
knows where my stuff is, then it'll pay it off both times.
I also just want to bring attention to, once again, Aldo cleaning up Loshev. One corrupt guard at a time.
Dude,
Just saying.
what's her fucking Stacy's mom? Was she actually like evil this whole time? Like not evil, but like
Mhm.
she was actually
just-
like, you already
she
had
was just
known her
dealing
notes. She was
pesh.
dealing fucking drugs or taking drugs and
Yeah, what's her name?
You're talking about who he's calling Sally?
Not Sally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sally.
Gotcha. So more or less. So one of the things to know about Loshev is like known for like corruption. Blame Joey. Loshev is like known for corruption. So the idea that there's a guard taking kickbacks for people that are selling drugs or smuggling drugs through, like, into a deer through Loshev, that's not so unusual. That's like normal corruption bullshit. Selling people, that is well beyond normal corruption bullshit, right? And so he's pissed at her and like, don't ever let me hear you. Like, more or less, like, after what I'm dealing with right now, I'll let this slide once, but then it's done. But keef is more or less just it's a very addictive drug, and there's multiple different versions of keef depending on like what you make. Like, there's something called golden keef that is made by you actually have to mix keef with a couple of other chemicals, including a significant amount of urea, and it makes this like very, very addictive, powerful version of keef. There's like this keef, black keef, golden keef, a couple of others as well. But anyways, so more or less just drugs, just narcotics. Actually, I think Wade, if I remember correctly, Keegan, you might be able to speak to this. I think not Aldo, sorry. Koa would like keef. It actually almost might be, because if I remember correctly, keef actually gives you a bonus to strength and maybe constitution too temporarily.
At what cost?
You become addicted.
You could become addicted. Some types of it also like make you temporarily more susceptible to illusion magics, but it's a low magic world, so it's okay.
Yeah, just like walking through the woods might make you a little tired.
But
needless to say, the rest of your campaign you'll be tired.
The important thing is that you get an alchemical bonus to your strength, which means it stacks with all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it stacks.
Well, I thought we were gonna help Aldo, but maybe we'll join him.
But either
what
way,
drugs does Mikhail want?
None.
That's gonna be some mental enhancing drugs.
There are
some that make you a better performer. And
there's also wizards drugs that help wizards, shit like that, like make your spells more powerful. But either way, I think there's actually a wizard's keef, or I forget what, maybe it's called blue keef or something, but it's like a wizard's one.
It's one of the colors.
Yeah. But either way, moving on.
I just want my books back. Also, we didn't.
Nerd.
You know what?
We still didn't get to use our level. This whole session.
So I was gonna say, so because a couple of days are gonna pass at least, even if you go through Nathan to speed it up, a couple of days will pass. During that time, your character's ability to like rest and heal and kind of catch up for a second. During that time, you do level.
I hope Contilla's okay.
Kethrel is fine.
It should not still be funny. It should not still be funny.
I want to serve your.
Oh,
Contilla?
Okay. I don't know about that one.
Anyways, so Kethrel is fine.
That's his name, Kethrel. Thank you.
Anyways, anything else? Anything else to cover, boys? Aside from our outro shit? No. Jake.
Nope.
Anything exciting going on?
Nope. Same old.
No, same old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. No exciting vacations coming up. I know you were thinking about coming stateside.
Not as of at the moment. So, TBD.
Cool. Keegan, anything exciting going on?
Back into it.
No.
With twitch.tv twitch.tv// whatever my channel is.
Unnatural Ones?
Yeah, the Unnatural Ones. That's us, or just Unnatural Ones. Whatever I said last week is the same, because we skipped yesterday because I'm old. That's actually the first time we've ever actually canceled, so that sucked. But it means that the update is whatever I said last week will be instead happening next week on Tuesday at this same time slot. Probably going over by more than this. So, yeah, that's me.
Koa. You have a party going on upstairs.
Well, I hope to get laid many times over the next few nights after not having it for a while. Partaking in some drink and perhaps after finding Dan's stash, procuring a few pieces of gold to make up for what I had lost on the potions.
Okay. Well, if you are lucky, you can get some of what Snaga is telling you about. You get some Typh Kaif. That'll get your character's blood pumping.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say goodbye. Fuck that other guy who, I don't know, plays me.
He plays you? Are you so easily played that some random aging balding guy is able to play you, Koa?
I'm not taking this from a tiny little man.
I'm 5'11". I'm taller than
The
Koa.
size of a duck.
I'm literally taller than Koa.
Oh,
Sure.
Oh, all right. Let's do the goodbye thing. Hold on, I gotta find a raid thing. Raiding.
oh yeah, you gotta do that.
This thing here. Who else?
Raiding.
Who's doing the stuff?
Whose life?
This one.
Glad someone in this world knows my name.
Who's that someone?
Ash.
Messi's life.
Messi has a Pokemon named after you, Scott.
Does he?
What?
What kind of Pokemon is it?
Is it? I don't know.
Huh.
How would I know that?
Is it Psyduck? I accept Psyduck.
Oh, seemed like a Magikarp to me.